First round, start.
right, here we are back. This is day 7 of the World Championships from Warsaw, Poland. We have the mixed relay event. It's the mixed relay is an exciting event you're going to have the opportunity to watch during the day. The mixed relay is proposed for inclusion on the Olympic program. We're really looking at Tokyo at this point for 2020, but the International Federation has been pushing for the mixed relay. So the mixed relay consists of one male and one female. That's hence the word mixed. And we are in round 5. We're watching from pist A, strip A. We have Kazakhstan versus Italy. So for Kazakhstan, we have the team of Kazakhstan today is going to be Dara Kalzova, and then so that's who we're watching now. Dara Kalzova on the left, and her opponent from Italy is going to be Gloria Tucci. So Gloria Tucci on the right for Italy, Kalzova on the left. Now, how the fencing relay works, or how the mixed relay works for I should say, for the fencing discipline, is it's gender specific. So girl fences girl, and then boy fences boy. So we're fencing for 2 one-touch matches. So the maximum number of points that can be won is 2. Let's say Kalzova wins, that would be 1-0, and if her teammate Ilyushenko wins, then it's 2-0. And look, there we go, my prediction, Kalzova, only 2 seconds to go. Dara Kalzova from Kazakhstan had the victory. So the team score, 1-0 for Kazakhstan. And we now have, coming up for Kazakhstan, Pavel Ilyushenko. Pavel Ilyushenko, his opponent from Italy, is going to be Pierpaolo Petroni. So we have Pierpaolo Petroni. Again, now you have to remember, this is day 7 of the World Championships. So considering that it's the end of a long week, it's actually, we had the athletes that are competing, the coaches decide who to enter. They actually decided last night at what's called the technical meeting. So the entry by name was given, and in some cases it was because this athlete needs to redeem himself because of not necessarily the best individual result. On the other hand, it might be that this is our best athlete, it's our best chance, we have a chance for a medal. I mean, again, there's all sorts of reasons why the coaches pick the individual athletes. So again, we're watching Ilyushenko versus Petroni. So Ilyushenko from Kazakhstan, Petroni from Italy. Kazakhstan on the left, Italy on the right. 1 minute, 1 touch. The team score at this point is 1-0 favor of Kazakhstan. Ilyushenko is a perennial favorite in the fencing. He's a great fencer. And just as I say that, Petroni does a great move. He did a drop shot, which means he dropped under his opponent's attack, and was able to score the victory. Now so the team score on this will be 1-1. Kazakhstan 1, Italy 1. They walk away, it's a draw. And again, it's just like the individual in terms of the teams are simply trying to acquire as many victories as possible. That 70% mark that we have mentioned all week long being the optimal benchmark, 70% victories, that applies here just as well. So teams want to score 7 out of 10. That's really a tremendous result. Probably to have any sort of shot at a podium is a minimum of 50-50 or even a little more. Say 55% or 60% is what it's going to take to get on the podium today. So Italy remains on strip A, and we are going to see as we start round 6, there are 21 rounds in this competition. Which means we have 21 teams, 21 rounds. Round 6, we will have we have Italy versus Hungary. So going into round 6, and here we are looking at the results after 3 rounds. These are results after 3 rounds. And we're taking a look at our leader is Russia. In second place is Lithuania. Not a big surprise for either of those 2 teams. Laura Alsdauskaitė, Justinas Kinderas. I think they're the team to beat. They have an Olympic gold medalist, and you have last year's world champion as paired up. That's a hard match to beat. The Brits come in with Kate French and Joseph Evans. They are solidly in, or I should say, tied for 3rd. Now we move down, and you're looking, of course, it's so early in the day. You know, you're looking at Germany, Ukraine, Hungary, Italy here at 3-3, Argentina. I expect to see Hungary actually fairly high up in the rankings up until the combined. I think Sarolta Kovac is going to be challenged, as she typically is. Until she gets her run a little better, it's going to be difficult for her to really be competitive. What she does is she finds herself oftentimes in first place because her 4 of her 5 disciplines are quite strong. But it's that running that is just her Achilles heel at the moment. But there's plenty of time. She's young. She has optimal time to work on that. Belarus, Yelizarova and Mitzik. That's a fairly strong team. I'm looking at Mexico, then Guatemala, China. China down in 13th place. It's actually only because they're behind on the rounds. Qian Chen and Zhenli Guo. That's a very strong team as well. United States in at 2 and 4. That's a very young team. I know I spoke to the head coaches there with the United States this morning at breakfast actually, and their entries are based on trying to give their youngsters on the team some more additional experience. Samantha Achterberg, she's actually really come on strong this year. Brendan Anderson actually competed in the Youth Olympics here, and he's competing here in the senior. Here we go. Now we're looking at Italy versus Hungary. Hungary on the right, Italy on the left. Tochi from Italy, and her opponent is Sarolta Kovac. Kovac, this is a strong event for her, and frankly, Tochi is no slouch. These fencers are fairly evenly matched. If I had to give somebody the edge, I would give it to Kovac. Again, my name is Rob Stull. I'm reporting live from Warsaw here on day 7 of these World Championships, as the final event is the mixed relay. That's what we're watching. I'll be joined later in today by Olympic silver medalist Heather Fell to cover all the 5 disciplines of these modern pentathlon World Championships. We're inside 20 seconds. Interesting how neither fencer really wants to make the move here. Now we're going in, and there we go. Tochi gets the victory. Nothing special about that touch, actually. You had Kovac simply get inside the distance. Tochi kept her arm out. She's got a long arm, a little taller. Reach helped out. Again, there was no fairly evenly matched and no blazing speed. It's really been a fun weekend, or week, shouldn't say weekend. The weekend, of course, as well too, but the week has been extraordinary. We saw yesterday in the men's final, we saw Alexander Lassoon from Russia dominate the men's event. He is firmly established as the best in the world. You saw getting the silver medal, Amro El Jaziri. He was a crowd favorite, and actually I think everybody, the athletes, he's a wonderful guy, and this is his first individual World Championship medal. Here we are back to the match between Italy and Hungary. Petroni from Italy, Demeter from Hungary. Demeter has had a long week. This is his 3rd day of competition. His father was a great Hungarian pentathlete. Again, the Hungarians won the men's team event yesterday. Double touch. Of course, double touches in pentathlon, nothing done. That means they simply don't matter. In regular fencing, in Olympic fencing, not pentathlon fencing, but Olympic fencing, double touches do matter. Both fencers would then get a point. But in one-touch fencing, which is the pentathlon format, it's irrelevant. They stop the action and you continue on. Again, this is épée fencing. We're getting inside 20 seconds. Épée is one of the 3 weapons of fencing, foils, sabers, and épées. The épées, think 3 musketeers. And Petroni gets it. Petroni was fencing smart there. He just simply waited him out. Here we are taking a look at the scores again, where we are after 4 rounds. And we've got Poland. Now, I think this is wonderful. Poland hasn't had an exceptional World Championships. They have been exceptional hosts, hosting the world here in their capital of Warsaw. But it's great to see. I really hope that Octavia Nowaska and Simon Staczkiewicz here from Poland are able to stay up top, are able to stay certainly, you know, at least in the top 5 teams today, to keep so they go away with a good taste in their mouth. Like this was, you know, they need, you know, my feeling on this is that I always root for my own team. Of course, I representing the United States, so I've always was very pro-USA. But if the USA couldn't do well, I always wanted the host country to do well, because they're paying a lot of money for these world championships. You have the opportunity to build the sport within your region, you know, and encourage young people to get involved. And even if they don't get involved in your sport, your particular sport, at least to get involved in the Olympic movement. Pick one of those 28 Summer Olympic sports, or one of the 13 winter sports, and get off the couch and put the video game down and get out there and do something that's going to be enjoyable, recreational, exciting, teaching you the Olympic values, plus is good for health. I mean, long-term, you know, these are called life sports, sports you can do the rest of your life. Here again, we are looking. We have moved on into round 7, and this is Hungary versus Guatemala. They're quickly moving through these 21 rounds. Sorolta Kovac from Hungary on the left. And from Guatemala, we have Sofia Hernandez. Now, Sofia Hernandez is 17 years old. She's actually a veteran. She's been around for a while, but you know, she's a lovely young lady, and she is always big smile. You know, you see her in the hotel, you see her at events. She's always beaming. She seems to always be happy. Sofia Hernandez from Guatemala is, again, she's a youth athlete here competing on the senior level. She's coached by the former Egyptian coach, Sorolta Kovac. Honestly, Sorolta simply is, she just outclassed her there. She has a lot more experience than Hernandez, and it came through there. That was sort of a no-brainer in terms of what the outcome was going to be. But it was nice to see Hernandez from Guatemala fight, stay in there, not be intimidated, and really go after her. So now we have on the men's side, so Hungary is winning 1-0, and we're going to be watching Bence Demeter for Hungary. He'll be fencing Jorge Imeri from Guatemala. So Bence Demeter from Hungary, he's on the left, which is the red light, and he'll be fencing Jorge Imeri from Guatemala on the right. And the Imeri from Guatemala is looking for that elusive green light. And the best that they can do now is to tie it up and walk away with a 1-1 tie. Hungary wants this. For them, it's Guatemala. The Hungarians are frankly stronger than the Guatemalans. They're thinking we must have 2 victories. We must have a 2-0 win here today. So believe it or not, I actually think that the pressure's more on Hungary than it is on Guatemala. If Guatemala pulls a victory out of this and manages to tie it up, that's sort of gravy for them, because on paper, Hungary is a much stronger team. So Guatemala on the right, he's fencing with that French grip, which is a long, straight handle. You may not be able to notice that. And then Hungary pulls it off. Victory for Demeter. That's a 2-0 victory. Hungary over Guatemala. Again, that is not, there's no surprises there. Now here we are moving into round 8, which is going to see on Piste A, we'll see Guatemala stay up, and they'll be facing Germany. So again, for those of you who are tuning in for the first time, we are looking at 10, 11, there'll be 10 strips. So those silver things you're looking at, those are called, there's a French word for that, and that's called a piste, P-I-S-T-E, or we call them a strip, because it's basically a strip of metal. Here we are. Russia has pulled back into the lead. We have Lithuania in second, and Poland has dropped to third. It's interesting how they're considering Poland third. They have the same victory and loss as second place Lithuania, and maybe there's some penalty points assessed or something. But anyway, they're ranking up. Now they've got it right. Now they've tied them at second. So we have Poland tied with Lithuania in second. So I'm glad to see the Poles stay in there. Great Britain, 1 touch behind in fourth, tied with Mexico. if the team of Kate French and Joseph Evans can hold it together, they are a very strong run-swim team. The British typically are. You saw Samantha Murray win the individual women's gold medal here. And look at the United States. Of course, I'm delighted to see the USA pull up into, it looks like they're tied for 7th with Italy. And here we are back on strip A. Guatemala. On the left, Germany on the right. So Germany is looking for that green light, Guatemala for the red, and it's a double touch. Again, Sofia Hernandez from Guatemala. Her partner is Jorge Imedi, and we're looking for Germany, and that's Janine Coleman. Now, and Janine, let's see, the referee's going to give it to her. Janine Coleman, she is a sort of the middle girl on the German team. You know, she's not the number one. Of course, that's Lana Schoenemann, the Olympic champion from Beijing 2008. She is the she's young. She's coming along. You know, and I think the Germans are putting Janine into this situation to give her some World Championship experience. Now the men. So here for Guatemala, you have Jorge Imedi, and for Germany, you have Patrick Dogue. D-O-G-U-E, Doug. For Germany, he's on the right, and he's looking for that green light, and Jorge Imedi is looking for the red. That's the easiest way to think. The German has asked the Guatemalan to straighten his blade. The blades are only allowed to have a 1 centimeter bend, which is really not much. And the reason is I mean, watch these guys. They're throwing these blades. It's like they're going fishing, you know, like a fly rod. They're throwing it out there and hoping that that point's going to land on their opponent's forearm. So Guatemala, you're looking at Jorge Imedi's back. Both of these fencers are on the back, so they've got French grips, which means they've got a long, straight handle. Long, straight handle, and it gives them they don't take the blade too much with French grips. Well, I'm sorry, the German's on a pistol grip. So, and that's a long, straight attack there from Germany. Really wasn't that impressive. But he's got the length, I will say that. Dog from Germany's definitely got the length. And that was nice. There you go. That was a nice touch. That was a disengage, and he flicked the blade over the top. Remember that fly fishing metaphor I was giving you? That's exactly what he did. He gave it a little flick with his fingers. It drops the point in by flicking it. In fact, that action is actually called a flick. So he did a little flick, and he was able to pick up the hand. Those flicks are 10% shots. In other words, you have about a 10% chance of hitting, and what you're really trying to do with that flick is set up another action. He didn't need the other action because the flick landed. So he got that hit. So here we are. We will be starting the next round, and the next round here is round 9. In round 9, we'll see Germany up against Great Britain. Great Britain doing quite well in the competition. I believe they were in 4th just a moment ago. And so what we have with the team of Great Britain is going to be Kate French. You'll see Kate French on the piste first, and her teammate will be Joseph Evans. Now, this is clearly not the strongest female athlete that Britain has. Obviously, Samantha Murray, she won the individual title at the World Championships. She is the strongest fencer, or the strongest pentathlete in the field. She certainly showed it here. Kate French will be representing Great Britain. Kate is, again, she's the middle athlete as well. She's not the strongest. She's not the least experienced either. So the coaches have their reasons, of course, for putting her in. And she will be fencing Janine Coleman from Germany. Well, I would say that these two athletes are fairly evenly matched. I don't get a strong feeling, you know, looking at their styles. I know both young ladies, and I don't. The outcome to me right now is a bit of a coin flip. They're feeling each other out. Janine Coleman making that attack, pushing Kate French, but Coleman has the ability to push back. Now watch, she'll move forward here in a second, and there she goes, and French retreats. So it's not, neither fencer is dominating. Janine Coleman gets the touch. Nothing particularly special about that. She set up a little bit of a timing situation. Kate, puts her blade out. She pushed her blade out as she's moving backwards, which is why she didn't hit. So, very middle of the road fencing there. But you're going to have, not every match is a stellar match you want to write home about. Look at this in terms of a boxing match. Every time there's a series of punches thrown, they aren't necessarily the most blazing, intense, beautiful, bouting moves or boxing actions at any given time. So occasionally you will see some really brilliant stuff out here, but not always. So here we go with Dog from Germany on the left, coming off of that great, nice little flick touch that he had against Guatemala. And his opponent from Great Britain is Joseph Evans. And Joseph, again, he's one of the younger pentathletes from Great Britain. I think he's in this to gain some experience. I think that's what this British team is all about, which is extraordinary given their position. Here they are. They're doing quite well. I believe they were 4th the last time we looked at the results. Great Britain is pushing Germany, so you got Evans pushing Dog. And double touch. Again, nothing done in a double touch situation. We are in round 9 of 21 rounds. And that was a nice action. That was some good parry repost on the side, on the part of Joseph Evans. Doug makes the attack. You see how stretched out he was. He's a tall guy. He's long and he's stretched out, and Joseph Evans was able to do a simple parry repost. He actually had to do 2 parries, which that impressed me. So he has some fencing talent there. Our leaders, again, after 5 rounds, we've got Russia up there in 1st, Lithuania in 2nd, Poland in 3rd, and Great Britain in 4th. And again, I shouldn't say Poland's tied for 2nd. So Lithuania and Poland are tied for 2nd. Then we drop 1 touch and go to Great Britain, who's in 4th, and tied with Mexico and Ukraine. So 4th place actually is extending down. You've got Great Britain, Mexico, Ukraine. Let's see what we have here. And then we drop to 7th with Italy at a 5-5. So look at the way to read this score is the green is victories, the red is defeats. That number to the right in gray, that 30 you're looking at, that's the total number of matches, 30 touches. Remember, these are 2 athletes per team. Those are the touches remaining to be fenced. So we've done 10 hits, 10 touches of what will be a 40-touch, 40-point competition. There's 30 remain. We are 25% done. Now here we are watching Great Britain fence France. So we've got Great Britain, Kate French on the left for the red light, and we've got, I believe that's Elodie Clavel, and it is, for France on the right side. Elodie's left-handed. She's tall. She certainly has the reach. My opinion, Elodie's is a better fencer than Kate French. I think she's got more experience. She's built more like a classical fencer. Doesn't hurt to be left-handed, by the way. Elodie did not have the best competition in the individual. Let's see, I don't see where they're awarding. Both girls removed their masks very tentatively. I actually don't know who had that. I couldn't see the lights. I don't know who has that victory. That's you've got you had Kate French, high-fiving her teammates, so perhaps the Brits did walk away with that victory. I can't be certain. And that 0-0, I wish the referees would put up the score so you could see whether it was a 1-0 Great Britain or not. Now, Villot from France is on the right side. He's on the green light. Villot is arguably the fastest combined athlete. When I say fastest, I mean he's the best runner. I saw him do some amazing stuff in the individual. The fence is his weakness. He's 21 years old. He actually looks to me like he's doing pretty darn well. Joseph Evans from Great Britain on the left. But look at Belot is actually more comfortable on the strip. He's also left-handed. Unusual to have two lefties, both the male and the female. And Joseph Evans pulls it out. And I think that was a little bit what happened there was Belot simply got too close. That was more of a mistake by Belot, the Frenchman, as opposed to Evans, doing something spectacular. What Evans really did was he followed the playbook. He did what he was supposed to. Kept his point in line. When the distance crept in, got a little close. By keeping his point in line, he was able to simply monopolize, take advantage of the mistake that was made by Belot from France. I saw the gentleman who just passed in front of the camera is Dominic Monti from Great Britain. He's the team leader. I'm not sure if he's the president of the Great British Pentathlon Federation, but I think he is. If he's not currently, I think he soon will be. We are moving now. We'll be looking at France will remain on Strip A. We're going to watch France fence Egypt. The French team is Elodie Clavel, Valentine Belot, and the Egyptian team we're going to watch on the women's side. We're going to see Raim Yakou and Mohamed El Ahmed. Now, these two Egyptians are definitely the newcomers to the Egyptian program and to the Egyptian national team. They don't have their names don't stand out like the El Jaziris, like Amro El Jaziri, again, our men's silver medalist yesterday from the men's final, and the Egyptian woman. I believe Yakou from Egypt is one of the youngest competitors in this field. So let's see how she's. Now look at the size difference there. This is a David and Goliath situation. You got Elodie Clavel on the left for France. Just, it's not quite twice the size of Yakou from Egypt, but she's certainly got the reach on her. The problem with that is you would think, and look at that, that's good for her. Elodie stopped fencing, and now you can see Yakou has got a big smile, laughing. She knew that Elodie Clavel is one of the favorites. She would be hard to beat, and this happens in one-touch fencing. When you're that size, what happens? Your opponents oftentimes you're a small target. You're hard to hit because you're small, and if you're fast, and if you're brave and get inside, which she clearly is, you can oftentimes find yourself in the position of getting the victories, which is what happened right here. So I'm sure Elodie is sitting there like, what just happened? I mean, but that's one-touch fencing, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into so we have Egypt ahead 1-0. Valentine Belot from France on the left. We have Mohamed El Ahmed. And I'm working on my names here. So Ed Ahmed is E-I-D. That's the first. It's a hyphenated name. Ed Ahmed. And then A-H-M-E-D. So Ed Ahmed on the right from Egypt, looking for that green light. Valentine Belot from France on the left. Now I'm giving this to Belot in terms of ability, in terms of skill. But on the other hand, let's see if the Egyptian can capitalize on the momentum created by his teammate. So Egypt is up 1. France cannot afford a 0-2 here. They can't go 2 defeats. So there's a lot of pressure on Belot to perform. And I can't. I think it looks like Egypt has that touch. Let's see if I'm going to look at the reaction of the teammate. Yeah. I think we just saw a 2-0 victory, Egypt over France, and that is a hard thing to do. I mean, France needs to have any shot at all. France is going to have to wake up here. We're approaching the halfway mark of this round-robin mixed relay fencing event live from the World Championships here in the Olympic Training Center in Warsaw, Poland. It has been a long week, and I got to tell you that that the athletes have had a lot of fun in this competition. Just a lot of fun, and exciting. And then, I've watched the friendships. You see the kids at breakfast and at mealtime. There's an athletes room here at the at the venue, and they basically, what they've done is that's where they feed them. That's where they change in and out of their uniforms. They have their their massage, like I said, their massage table set up. There's these mattresses. Think of those mats you would have in gym class, for gymnastics. There's a bunch of mattresses laid out on the floor so the athletes can lay down and relax in between events. All right, our next team match here on Piss Day, you're going to see Egypt. We are now in round 12 of 21 rounds. Round 12 sees Egypt versus the Czech Republic. There, you see the athletes standing and waiting. They're waiting for the announcer to say you may start round 12, because all other rounds must be finished. All other bouts of the previous round, so the previous round being round 11, all other bouts from round 11 must be completed before they begin round 12. And the reason for that is that, could you imagine if one of those pieces got ahead of the rest of the group, then what would happen is there would be a lag time. They would be calling a team, to come over and fence there, when in fact that team would not have been finished. So they need to all start and stop at roughly the same time. So here we are again, waiting to begin round 12. We're going to be watching Egypt versus the Czech Republic. The Czech team is the team of Lucy Grolikova. So we're watching Lucy Grolikova. Now she's riding on the coattails of that great bronze medal performance by Jan Kuf yesterday in the men's individual. And her teammate will be Andre Svekota, and that's a double touch. Yaku from Egypt. Again, and she makes a big she made an attack right off the bat. Ready fence, and she went. Now I think you can expect more of that out of her. Yaku from Egypt is fearless. I'm watching her and there she goes again, and she gets it. She's happy. Look at that smile. She's having fun. The mixed relay is always the last event of the World Championships, and there's a number of reasons for it. I mean, for one, it's simply a scheduling issue, and number two, it really allows the World Championships to finish on a high note in terms of the athletes have a lot of fun in the mixed relay. Imagine, it's truly a team event. So team events they're always, think of volleyball and football and the rest of basketball, the team events. There tends to be more emotion on team events. So, and then when you put, guys and girls, boys and girls together on a team, it's just a lot of fun, So we're not the only sport. Triathlon is trying to get a mixed relay on the Olympic program. Obviously, the UIPM, the International Pentathlon Federation, wants this mixed relay on the Olympic program. So again, we have fencing from Egypt. We're looking at Eid Ahmed. You're looking at his back. And for the Czech Republic, Svekota. Now the camera angle that I'm looking at here doesn't give me much view. Now I'm getting a little view of the lights. So now, and the score, I'm in a studio watching this event, and we're inside 20 seconds. So I'm limited to my camera angle. And there we go. Svekota from the Czech Republic pulls that out, and that was some nice fencing. He pressed, he eased up, he pressed, and then as he pressed again, Eid Ahmed from Egypt attacked. And Svekota was able to take that half step back, extend his arm, and do what we call a stop hit. It was good timing, it was good strategy, it was a good setup, and he got the touch, he got the victory. So that looks like a 1-1 split between Egypt and the Czech Republic. And our next round, which will be round 13, is going to be the Czech Republic versus China. And I've just been informed that it looks like we will only have 20 rounds, is what it appears to be. Looks like the team from Chile has withdrawn, may have an injury there. I'll get more details later. I'll confirm this, but Instead of 21 rounds, we may actually have 20, but we'll confirm this as we go. That happens if if either athlete is injured and can't continue, the team must withdraw, and that appears to be what's happened. But again, here we are looking the next round. We've got the Czech Republic versus China. Now this is a David and Goliath, but the other direction. Qian Chen is certainly the shorter of the two fencers. She's shorter than the Lucy Grolikova from the Czech Republic, but Qian Chen packs a powerful punch. She won the World Cup in Chengdu, China, in her host country. She was the winner there. Then she comes out to the World Championships here and is on the podium behind Samantha Murray. I mean, she is a talented athlete. She's had a great season. If she is focused and awake and ready to go, what you're going to see is Czech Republic, Lucy Grolikova is going to be in trouble. She's going to have to really fence above herself, above her ability, frankly, in order to beat Qian Chen from China if Qian Chen is on, if her game is on. So let's see, we'll be starting here in just a moment. Let's see how this works. So soon we'll be looking at the results. What I'm seeing is the usual suspects, Russia, Lithuania, are out in front. I'm delighted that Poland is doing what they need to do to potentially get on the podium. Octavia Nowacka did not do as well in the individual as I think the country of Poland had hoped, and certainly Octavia had hoped she would do. And that might have been, there's a lot of pressure. She's only 22 years old. There's a lot of pressure when you compete at home, and this is her breakout season. She's doing better than she's ever done before, but it might have been simply too much pressure to expect her to end up on the podium in this first year of her really being up at the top of the field. So here we are. We're getting underway. We have China versus the Czech Republic. Qian Chen from China on the right. She'll be looking for that green light. And we have Grolikova from the Czech Republic on the left looking for that red light. So now Qian's on the end of that French grip. This is a fencer who needs a French grip. She's short. She needs that extra 2 or 3 inches that long French grip handle gives her. She's moving well. Grolikova, those pressings, I like that, in double touch. That's a very typical attack that you'll see from somebody who is shorter, Qian Chen's size, who's on a French grip, setting up the timing, trying to get the timing right, you know, and the timing. When we say timing, what we really mean is, as Grolikova steps forward, because that's the ideal time to attack, as your opponent's moving forward, and there she goes. Qian Chen, she did it perfectly. It was textbook. Grolikova stepped forward. Qian Chen did a half lunge, just a half lunge forward with her point in line, and Grolikova moved into that point. So that was all Qian Chen. Grolikova, frankly, was a target out there, like a tackling dummy, and Qian Chen got that victory. Now, so we have China 1 up. They're 1-0, and now you have Zhangli Guo from China, the male, you know, the male of the mixed relay here. He's fencing Andrei Svekota. So Andrei Svekota from the Czech Republic is on the left in the red light. Zhangli Guo from China is on the right with the green light. Now, Guo is a better fencer. Now, let's see how he does. Let's see if China can go get the 2 victories that I believe they need. They're not currently in the top 3, so they need to pick up the pace here. So let's see if Guo can do this. Guo is pressing. I like the style that Guo has. I mean, he's not real active, but he is very focused. We're inside 10 seconds. and Guo pulls it off. So he really outclassed his opponent there, Svekota from Czech Republic. And all he did is he kept the pressure on, and he waited for Svekota from the Czech Republic to make a mistake. That is an example of a coach's decision, really. The coaches for the Czech Republic, and don't forget, they put Jan Kuf on the podium yesterday with a men's individual bronze medal. And don't underestimate, that men's field was 100 athletes. So to whittle it down to the top 3 is extraordinary. Now look here, we have the Lithuanians have moved ahead, taken over first position, but here we go. We have the Great Britain and Russia are tied for second place. Poland's dropped to 4th. So the team of French and Evans from Great Britain to me are the ones that are new to the party. None of these other teams are big surprises. Like I said, I think we're delighted that Poland is doing well, being the host country. It's nice to have that. Encourages the crowd, makes the event more exciting. But the rest of these athletes are the usual suspects. They are people who we expect to do well in this field. There's no surprises on the top, with the exception of Great Britain, who has a fairly young team there and is doing quite well. So the team of Kate French and Joseph Evans is tied for second at the moment, is impressive. What is unusual for me is to take a look at this Chinese team down at 50-50. I don't understand that. You have Qian Chen, who on any given day can win these events. She could have been as a world champion just as easily as Samantha Murray. That's the way the sport works. She certainly has had a more successful year than Samantha Murray all year long. But so she's clearly one of the best females in the field, and John Lee Guo is one of the best males. So you put those two together, and you think that'd be a winning combination. They should be up there with Lithuania. But the fact they're not is a bit of an enigma to me. I don't really understand it, especially watching them just fence there, where they went 2-0 against the team from the Czech Republic. So we're looking at the field here. Egypt firmly in 13th, dropping to the Team USA in at 14th. And again, obviously being American and familiar with the program, I can speak about the American team. This team is a very young team, and Brendan Anderson's a youth athlete. So he's not only fencing above his age division, which as a youth that's under 18 or 18 and under. The next division up is juniors, which is 21 and under, and then the senior division starts above 21. So he's actually fencing, or competing 2 levels above his actual age, his real age level. And this is to gain experience and so forth. France down there below 50%. That's a bit of a surprise with Elodie Clavel and Valentine below. There's that young Czech team at 18th. Grolikova and Svekota from Czech Republic in at 18th. We just saw them fence. And the reason, you can hear the noise in the background, so what I'm seeing on my score sheet is on Strip A, we would be watching China fencing Chile. The team from Chile, as I mentioned earlier, the team of Esteban Bustos on the male side and Loreto Jarado on the female, they have withdrawn. They've withdrawn. There they are there, DNS. They did not start. They have withdrawn due to injury. And that's unfortunate. We hate to see anybody get hurt. But clearly they entered the competition last night. They were entered by their coaching staff, and then they have withdrawn, which means that something happened in warm-up this morning. The coaches made a decision to pull the athletes out of the competition, and that's typically done because you've pulled a muscle, you've done something in the warm-up that makes it unlikely that you can complete the day in good form without risking further injury. So typically those are very good decisions, and they're hard decisions to make, actually. Here we are at the World Championships. These teams have prepared all year long, And not only have the athletes and the coaches and the staffs prepared, but there's also a tremendous expense. You know, it's these teams don't fly for free, so you're looking at plane tickets and hotel rooms and any number of additional expenses. The cost for one athlete to come to a World Championships is around the $5,000 mark. I mean, for some teams it's a little less, for some teams it's a little more, depending on where you're coming from. But you're really looking at about $5,000 an athlete, and that's for a lot of these countries, that's very significant money to be spending when you're talking about a team of, you know, a minimum full team size is 8 athletes. That's the minimum. And then you can bring additional athletes for the relays. So I saw the Hungarian team yesterday in a team photo, and I actually did a little head count. They have 23 athletes, or 23 people here. Athletes, coaches, staff. They bring a masseuse, they bring a team doctor. That makes sense. I mean, it's, you know, but is it really, I mean, they're roughly a 20-hour drive away from Budapest, their training site, to Warsaw. It's about that. I saw the team van pulling up in front of the hotel very early this morning at about 6:30. The first group of Hungarians was headed home. They were driving back to Budapest, so they brought a couple of vehicles up. The Hungarians that are left here now are the athletes competing in this relay, in this mixed relay, and some of the coaching staff. But the the greatest group of athletes has already left. Imagine Wimbledon or other big sporting events. When you're eliminated or when you're done, you don't stick around and watch. You go home. You know, you've got other things to do. You've got other competitions to prepare for. In this case, there's only one more competition left in the year, and that is the Champion of Champions, which will be in Doha, Qatar, Doha, Qatar, I think it's the correct pronunciation, later in October, the last part of October. So there's and that's by invitation only, and the name speaks for itself. That competition, the Champion of Champions, in order to be invited, you have to be a champion. So we're talking the European champion, the world champion, the Pan American champion, and so on and so forth until you round out the field. So we're about ready to start. This will be round 15 that we're going into. Round 15. Well, actually, that's also going to have to be adjusted because round 15 would have been Chile versus Belarus. So we will rejoin Strip A at round 16. Round 16 we'll see Belarus against Argentina. So we really have, with Chile's withdrawal, that allows, and their rotation system, they would have rotated to Strip A, which is what we're looking at. We're looking at that strip that has nobody on it on your screen is the strip where our cameras are focused. So the best we can do is do some shots there. You're seeing the athletes waiting to compete. You know, that's what they do. They put chairs at the end of the strip. You know, a lot of athletes will sit down and get to take the weight off their legs. Try to, you know, you see her, can't quite tell which athlete that is, but, you know, shake the legs out, you know, try to relax as best you can. And in addition, you know, you'll see, I believe that's a teammate standing up there. You also see athletes taking fencing lessons, you know, very quick little tune-up lessons, and that means a coach is putting on like a leather jacket, leather sleeve. He basically becomes a tackling dummy, and he is out there, you know, being touched, being hit, trying to work, you know, tune up the athlete and help, you know, help sharpen him up, particularly if they're having a slow day. So looks like we're about ready to start round 16. I see the fencer from Belarus, you know, having her blade checked, Yelizarova from Belarus, and her opponent from Argentina will be Pamela Zapata. Pamela Zapata, one of the fighting Zapatas. I say that with a great deal of warmth. The Zapata family, 2 brothers and 2 sisters. All 4 athletes do modern pentathlon at a high level. They're all 4 on the national team. So we're looking at the oldest of the Zapatas, Pamela Zapata, representing Argentina on the right. Pamela is a die-hard pentathlon enthusiast. She has a tattoo of the pentathlon disciplines, the running, fencing, swimming, shooting, and riding, tattooed on her ankle, on her left ankle, and I know that that's not without, it's fairly painful to get a tattoo on your ankle, and so clearly she loves the sport. It's a passion for her. So Yelizarova from Belarus, she's on the red light. Her back is to us on the screen here. Her opponent from Argentina, Pamela Zapata. Yelizarova is a better fencer than Zapata. So Belarus is simply a better fencer over the Argentinian athlete. But Pamela has a lot of experience and she has a lot of heart. So let's see if she does what she needs to do. Now, look at Yelizarova on the left with that French grip, throwing the point out and then dropping the hand. Puts it out, drops the hand. She'll do it again. Puts it out, and Yelizarova, Pamela Zapata did exactly what she shouldn't do. You notice that Yelizarova puts the blade up, puts it down, lifts the hand, drops it. When she drops it, she wants the opponent, in this case Zapata, to make an attack. She is trying to draw her in, and Zapata took the bait, and she ran straight forward. She made the attack. Yeah, it's exactly what Yelizarova wanted to do. All Yelizarova did, since she was expecting it, was she simply did what's called a counter 8. She simply blocked the blade. She pushed it down and away. That's an 8. And you might number about the numbers for those of you who don't understand fencing or don't know how fencing is taught. But let's get into this. Let's watch this next bout here of the Argentina versus Belarus. So we have from Belarus, we have Mikhail Mitzik on the left from Belarus. Oh, and look, all right. So from Argentina, that was an Argentina victory, and that was Leandro Silva, big smile from Pamela Zapata. Silva ties it up, so instead of having a 0-2 loss, you end up with a 1-1 tie, Argentina and Belarus, and that's a big tie for Argentina. Belarus has a strong fencing team. To walk away from that with a tie is commendable. So we're going to be watching the next match here. We're going to watch Argentina fence the USA. So it's going to be fun for me coming from the American side, and I also, it's just human nature to have favorites. And I have the opportunity to know many of these athletes because many of these athletes come for training camps and competitions in the United States. So we have the opportunity to work with teams, work with athletes, and you get to know them and, kind of know their backgrounds, know a little bit about them, where they train, or something about their family life. And I have to say that the Argentina pentathlon team are a delight. They're very, very nice. They're just a nice part of the pentathlon family. They train in Buenos Aires, Argentina. They are typically members of the military down there, which runs, frankly, most of the Argentine Olympic program. Most of the Olympic sports, the athletes are in the military. There's mandatory military service in Argentina, which is, for youngsters, they're required to spend a certain amount of time to fulfill their obligation to their country. And the good news is these athletes get to spend that time training and doing the sport they love. So first athlete on the strip for Argentina is going to be Pamela Zapata. Let's see if she can redeem herself, although I will try to be as unbiased as possible. She'll be fencing Samantha Achterberg. Samantha goes by, her nickname is Sammy. So Sammy Achterberg out of Denver, Colorado. Sammy has worked very hard at the fence. This is her Achilles heel. Sammy can actually do it all. The only thing that's keeping Samantha Achterberg out of the top 10 girls in the world is this event here, is the fence. It doesn't come naturally for Sam. She's a natural shooter, she came from a strong track background. So in the combined, which is her real strength, she's a deadeye. She's really, really good. She's a great rider. She's a jockey. She grew up with horses. They're waiting to start. They're waiting to start this round. They won't start until they get the word that says it is okay to start round 17 of what will be 21 rounds. So Samantha Achterberg, again, we were talking a little bit about her. Family very much supports her. And Father Dave, Mom Elaine, and they are very much a pentathlon family. They've watched Sammy develop. She came from from our youth and junior program. Just 2 years ago, Samantha Achterberg stood on the top step of the Junior World Championships and received a gold medal. That team was Samantha Achterberg, Isabella Isaacson, the younger of the Isaacson sisters, and Margot Isaacson. Oh, they're stopping. They said okay, and now they need to make an adjustment. So we'll have another moment pause. Again, to just fill the time while we're waiting, Achterberg got her gold medal as a junior 2 years ago. This is her second year as I'm sorry, I apologize. This is the first year for her as a senior. Now we're looking at the results. So Lithuania, again, Laura Azdauskaitė, Justina Skanderas in first with 19 victories. Tied for second, we have the team from Great Britain and Russia. Again, the 800-pound gorilla in the room, I mean, that clearly looks out of place to me, is the British team being up there in the top three this early. By the fact that they're up as high as they are this early, they are a real threat for the podium. They're great run swimmers, and Kate French in particular is a great rider. So I think here again, Nowaska, you got the Polish team in there at fourth position. So they're a threat. Our leaders, Justina Skanderas, the world champion from last year, and Laura Azdauskaitė, who's won it all, world champion, Olympic champion, World Cup final champion, World Cup champion. Laura, they are the best combined team in the world by far. Nobody comes close to them. And if they enter the combined event anywhere near within a minute of the leader, Lithuania will dominate and get that gold medal. So here we are, and we've got Team USA on the right with Samantha Achterberg and Pamela Zapata from Argentina on the left. These two athletes know each other very well. Zapata trains in the U.S. periodically, so has the opportunity to fence Achterberg on a regular basis. Let's see if Sammy can redeem herself. She was upset after the individual, the women's semifinal. This event is what kept her out of the final, unfortunately, and she was very upset. I was able to have a chat with her, and I hope she's got herself back together and starting on a new page here today. And Zapata gets the victory. She caught Samantha Achterberg standing still. Sammy was just literally standing still, and Zapata took advantage of that, made a simple straight attack, and was able to hit her. When Achterberg gets back to Colorado, she'll take some time off. We're going to have to really start over, go back to the drawing board, and the drawing board needs to be a new drawing board for Samantha Achterberg. I'm sure it's frustrating for her when there's only one discipline keeping you out of the top 10 in the world, and she's putting her heart and soul into this sport. Next on the strip, you have Brendan Anderson from the United States. Brendan coming straight off the Youth Olympic Games, where he had a fine showing. And he had a top finish at the Youth World Championships this year, which is what qualified him for the Olympic Games in Nanjing. And Brendan ended up only a few seconds off the podium from getting a medal at the Youth World Championships this year. Brendan has worked very hard. He's 18 years old, has a very supportive family. Brendan is a diligent student. I'm expecting great things out of Brendan. We're going into 30 seconds here. Brendan pushing. Brendan has a tendency to make straight attacks. What he does is he does exactly what you're watching. He presses and presses, and he's trying to set up a straight attack is what I would expect from Brendan at this point. Silva from Argentina. I think they're fairly evenly matched, actually, in terms of skill. And you got a double touch. No surprise there. As I said, I think they're both evenly matched. You're looking at 11 seconds remaining in the bout. Brendan needs experience. That's where he's at this point. He needs to, and he makes the attack, and Anderson gets it. So he made an initial attack. It didn't hit, but he had what I like to see there is he continued. There was continuation, and it was the continuation that was able to earn him the touch. Had he simply made a single action, which is he made one attack and he fails and doesn't keep going, he wouldn't have had the touch. So the fact that he had the wherewithal, the intelligence, and instinct it's just as you don't have time to think about it. It's an instinct. Yeah, the instinct to keep going straight is a really good sign that Brendan is going to develop into a very talented fencer, which will bode well for him. He's going to take the year off. He's been accepted to university, but he's chosen to sit out a year. They call that a gap year. He'll take his gap year and train pentathlon full time. He's never had the opportunity to do that. He's always had rigorous academics. He'll be able to put that aside. You see him there. He's very much a young man, as you can tell. I think that's being polite. He's a kid, but he's a youngster who the United States has great hopes for in the future. We're going back the next round. We're on round number 18 of 21. Round 18 is going to see Team USA against Ukraine, the team from Ukraine. And let's take a look at the team from Ukraine. We have Irina Kolkova. So Irina Kolkova from Ukraine on the women's side. She will be fencing Samantha or Sammy Achterberg. Achterberg on the left, Kolkova on the right. There is no question Kolkova is a better fencer than Sammy. I mean, watch how she holds that blade. You're going to see, just take a look at the comfort level that Kolkova is going to have on the strip before they even start. You know, and this is, Sammy has her work cut out for her. It doesn't mean that she can't get the victory. It means that she has her work cut out for her. Watch Kolkova here. Sammy's moving actually very well. I like to see that she's stepping forward and backward, forward and backward. She's changing the distance. Kolkova doing the same thing. What Sammy needs to be able to do is I'm a little concerned that her blade position is going to force her to freeze if Kolkova makes a straight attack. And Kolkova gets that straight touch. Sammy was too slow. Sammy made two mistakes. She got close and she was slow on the extension. So the touch went to Kolkova. Sammy's going to have to go back to that drawing board, as I mentioned earlier, and she's going to need to she's going to have to develop, really get a sense of distance. The distance is what got her there. So Ukraine is up ahead 1-0. We have Ukraine ahead of the USA at this point. And now you have Brendan Anderson from the Team USA on the left looking for that red light. And his opponent is Igor Puchkarevsky from, I'm sorry, that's Russia, pardon me. It's Pavlo Timoshenko. So Pavlo Timoshenko from Ukraine on the right. Now Timoshenko, if I was Brendan, he's got a little bit of a bend on his blade that is unacceptable to me. And the reason it's unacceptable is, one, it violates the rule, but number two, Timoshenko has a very good flick. And you don't want to, that's an advantage if you allow your blade to have that little extra bend. So Timoshenko on the right, he's a much bigger athlete, just physically he's he's older, he's a grown man, you know, where Brendan Anderson is really, he's a youth athlete, still in the youth program. So you have a little bit of a David and Goliath here. And you know what, it looks, wow, that was great. Now Timoshenko wants to have his blade checked because he felt like, wow, I should have had that touch. And you know, and that, you got to give Brendan credit for going straight at him. You got to give Anderson the credit for being brave and going after Timoshenko. Anderson missed his first action. He missed, and then he had the wherewithal to stop and stand there and do a second. You know, it's a little sloppy, but do a second touch, and Timoshenko just stood there. So I'm sure it surprised Timoshenko when here's this young, shall we say, this young whippersnapper comes straight at him, and I think Timoshenko is surprised. So that ends up in a 1-1 draw between Team USA and Ukraine, and that, by the way, is a great. That's a win for the U.S. It's actually a draw, but you know, I'm sure Ukraine, when they stepped up against the USA, knowing that this was such a young team from Team USA, they probably felt that it really should have been a 2-0 victory for Ukraine. Anderson saves it for Team USA, brings it back to a 1-1 against Ukraine, just as he did against Argentina. So here we are as we are starting round 19. We're at round 19 of 21. Round 19, we'll see Ukraine against Russia. Now, you've got Ekaterina Kureskina from Russia on the right, looking for that green light, and Irina Kolkova on the left, looking for that red. Now, both of these athletes are about the same size. I think they're fairly, you know, if they're equally matched. With, if I had to give a little bit of a nod, I'd give it to Koklova. Kurskina is, she's just nice, you know, and sometimes being so nice, I've watched the coaches yell at her, and she has this big smile, which is uncharacteristic of the typical Russian athlete, but this big smile, and there you go, double touch, and that red light came on just a tad of a second before the green, but within the rule, within the gap, 125th of a second to make it a double, so it doesn't count. Koklova's just she's a little meaner, a little more of a fighter on the strip, but Kurskina got it. Kurskina got it. So Katerina Kurskina from Russia has the victory. I think that Koklova from Ukraine simply she made an attack that was out of distance and wasn't well timed, and it wasn't simply not a good. It was not a good attack. So hats off to Kurskina from Russia. Russians have a 1-0 lead. So now from Russia we have Igor Pushkarevsky. So Igor Pushkarevsky from Russia on the right, and his opponent from Ukraine is going to be Pavlo Timochenko. Timochenko versus Pushkarevsky. Timochenko from Ukraine. These are two great fencers. They both come from very strong programs. I believe Timochenko is the better fencer by just a hair. Look how fast Pushkarevsky is. Watch his hand. They're both on pistol grips. He's doing those short feints, those short half lunges, but they're really quick. What Pushkarevsky's going to do, he's setting that up. He's going to make a straight attack and then keep going, and he gets the touch. So what actually happened was he did that straight attack, he extended, and Timochenko countered, and Pushkarevsky kept his point in line, and Timochenko ran onto an extended point. So that was good fencing on the part of Pushkarevsky. Timochenko needs to, wake up. He's checking his blade. He obviously thinks he had the touch, but I got news for you, Pavlo. You didn't. Pushkarevsky simply outfenced you. So it's not, he thinks there's something wrong with his equipment, and I just don't believe that that's the case. And he's wondering, it was a mystery touch, and from my angle, it was pretty clear what happened. So again, that's a 2-0 lead, 2-0 match, Russia over Ukraine. You just can't afford 2 zeros. You can't afford to lose 2-0. And so clearly Ukraine is not having a good day out here today in this last day of this fantastic week of competition here at the World Championships live from Warsaw, Poland. Now you see the athletes there, Russia and Ukraine. Given the conflict between, what's going on in eastern Ukraine, and don't forget, most of these Ukrainian athletes come from eastern Ukraine. Their training centers, their training facilities are exactly where the conflict is. It's exactly where we're watching news reports. All of us look at the newspaper every day and see what the latest situation is. Ukraine. Apparently there's a ceasefire, but sport is the great equalizer. When I competed, it was in the days of the former Soviet Union. Some of my closest friends, and I'm no exception. I would say that the rest of the Americans were in the same boat. My teammates, some of our closest friends, were the athletes from the Soviet Union. And while our systems may be different, our political systems, at the end of the day, you're just people. And sport teaches that. It's a great equalizer. Everybody knows that about the Olympic movement. This is a big match coming up. You're going to watch on Strip A, you're going to see the hometown heroes, these host country favorites, the Polish team of Oktavia Nowaska and Simon Staczkiewicz. So right now you're looking at Nowaska on the right from Poland, clearly the crowd favorite. She's fencing Katerina Kurskina from Russia on the left. Now, they know each other very well, all right? And watch how Kurskina is keeping her blade down. She's not letting Nowaska get a hold of her blade. That's why she's keeping her point down, her blade down. Because if Nowaska is a tall athlete, and she's deceptively long. And there you go. Poland gets the victory. Kuriskina fell into that trap. You know, she keeps her hand down. Navaska kept her point in line. She knew she was going to pick her hand up, and when she did, she hit her in the forearm. So well fenced by Octavia Navaska. And you wonder why the Poles are sitting there in the top three positions. It's because of fencing like this. So here we go. Now we've got Poland has a 1-0 lead over Russia. They're hoping to close it out with that 2-0. So you're looking at Szymon Staczkiewicz from Poland on the right. And for the Russians, we've got Igor Puchkareski on the left. So Puchkareski looking for the red light. Staczkiewicz from Poland looking for the green on the right. You know, I would say that that Puchkareski is probably a marginally better fencer, but Staczkiewicz has the momentum. He's Polish. He's competing at the World Championships in Poland. If there's anything that's going to get your adrenaline going, and the excitement, it's going to be competing at home. Now Staczkiewicz is frustrated with himself. You saw his hand motion there, like, why didn't I get that touch? He did the right action, but he simply didn't score. And Puchkareski made the attack that I think you're going to see again. And let's watch this match as we get inside 30. If Staczkiewicz keeps his head, if he keeps the focus, and Staczkiewicz gets the touch. All right, Puchkareski's saying he hit the floor. Good luck with that, buddy. Good luck trying to call that a floor touch when you're in Poland. Good luck with that. Anyway, Poland takes a 2-0 lead, or a victory actually, 2-0 lead over 2-0 victory over Russia there in round 20. We have one more round to go that will wrap us up with this mixed relay fencing event, and then you're going to see the athletes move to the swimming pool. And actually, they're going to do a fencing ladder, which is a lot of fun. But the fencing ladder, again, is a test event. It's just like the mixed relay. The mixed relay is not competed at the Olympic Games. Every sport has the right to petition the International Olympic Committee for inclusion on the Olympic program. There are a number of sports right now trying to get not additional sports, but additional events on the program. And pentathlon, modern pentathlon, led by the German president, Klaus Schormann, is very interested and has made application for the mixed relay to be held. In fact, they've been pushing this hard. We expected it in Rio. In fact, I think we had concessions, and I'll go as far as saying we had confirmation from Carlos Newsman, the head of the Rio 2016 organizing committee, and they're the waves from Navaska, Octavia Navaska, Szymon Staczkiewicz. They're waving to their friends and family and supporters back home, hopefully on this beautiful Sunday morning here in Poland watching. But there we go. We got Laura Ozdaskaite and Justinas Kinderas tied for first. So not only have the Brits maintained their top three, they're now tied for first with 4 rounds. You can see that in the gray there. You can see only 4. That number 4 means 4 points, 4 touches remaining. So the worst they can do, the absolute worst they can do if they don't get a single additional victory is, let me look here, we're watching this scroll. It looks like they'd still finish in the top 10 even if they don't get another victory at all, but that's not going to happen. They're going to get victories. They're currently tied for first. So here we go in our final match on Strip A, Poland versus Mexico. Octavia Navaska, she's out here having fun. She's very, very, I love it to see the athletes that can turn it on and be super competitors, but also super nice people as well off the strip. And you've got that with Octavia Navaska, who's had a breakout year this year. She won the World Cup final in Sarasota, Florida in the United States. I was on hand to see her do that. And Navaska closes it out. And the Mexican athlete, she looks very disappointed, but she shouldn't be surprised. That was Thelma Martinez from Mexico. Come on, this is the last match. The Poles know that they got to finish up strong. She has the skill, she has the ability, and now she's got the momentum. So you watch Octavia Navaska, she won. That was the last match that she will have to fence at this World Championships. and this is the end of the season for most of these athletes. Octavia Novaska will be invited to the Champion of Champions, so this is not the last competition for her of the 2014 season. It's the second to last. So now to see the last match of the day for that we're watching on Strip A, Poland versus Russia. For Poland, Szymon Staczkiewicz, and his opponent is Manuel Padilla. Now Padilla is a very, very fast athlete. He has very quick reflexes. He's a great runner, great combined athlete. He's a solid fencer just because of his speed, and he gets the touch, and he did that off of speed. Now Staczkiewicz should have been prepared for that. I really, you know, I'm going to show my favoritism to the host country here. I was hoping Staczkiewicz would pull that out so that the Poles could finish this day on a high note. And what Szymon Staczkiewicz did is he pressed Padilla too close. He wasn't patient enough. He pressed, and Padilla has blazing speed. It's hard to see on camera, but you know, I have to compare it to the men's 100 meters. I had the opportunity to watch the warm-up of Usain Bolt, you know, runners of that caliber. What you see on television is nothing compared to the real thing. When you're actually standing beside them, beside the strip, and you see how fast they are, it can't compare to anything. Here we are going to wrap up this day. That was a draw, 1-1 Poland-Mexico, and we have Lithuania tied for first with 6 bouts remaining. The Brits have 4 bouts remaining, so the you know, again, we're getting the results as you know, because there's buys. By Chile dropping out, and they dropped out for good reason. They had an injury. That you have certain rounds where there's no fencing. Chile's pulled out, so we won't be able to see until all the athletes have fenced all what it will amount to. Let's see, that'll be 40 touches. If you add the 22, I'm looking at Poland, 22, 12, and 6. That's a total of 40. So when every team has fenced 40 matches, then we will be able to confirm who our winner is. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that team of Kinderis and Azadaskaiti is going to be our winner today. But I may be proved wrong. I mean, there's no question that the Brits are the big surprise. The British team certainly surprised me. I'm sure they're surprising a lot of the other coaches and athletes in the room. They have done extraordinarily well. To even get to, they've been in, I don't think they ever dropped out of the top 4, and for most of the competition they're in the top 3. So if you take a look at that, to give you an indication of what's very likely to happen today in the in this final event, the combined event, Octavia Novaska, Staczkiewicz from Poland, great combined athletes. Justinas Kinderis, Laura Azadaskaiti from Lithuania. They're not great combined athletes. They're the very best. There is very little that they can, if they get through the riding event, because they're solid swimmers. Everybody knows what your swim time is going to be, and that's not any different than swimmers. You can take a look at a guy like a Michael Phelps, you know, for example, and Phelps knows when he goes into a 200 freestyle that he's going to swim, in his case, let's say around a 144. So as we are moving into the swimming event, we're wrapping up the mixed relay. We will come back and rejoin you live from the natatorium here at the Olympic Training Center from Warsaw, Poland.
is unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning during the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. I'm stood here right now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning during the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. I'm stood here right now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning during the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning you're in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. Here right now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning you're in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. Stood here right now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning you're in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning, in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. I'm stood here right now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning, in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. Stood here right now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning, in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning you're in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. Stood here right now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning you're in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. Stood here right now. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning you're in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon. I think this is me like having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning you're in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon.
Już?
To teraz mam to robić?
No kurwa, weź kamerę w rękę i się przysuniemy, no.
No to weź jeszcze te rzeczy.
No weź.
Jak daleko mam?
Da, masz za koniec tych słupków.
Dobra. Teraz do góry podniesie, nie?
Ale nie, tak jest dobrze z takiej perspektywy.
Tak, na złoty.
there. So the next team.
We got a ton of chairs.
Rozpoczniemy tak zwany ladder system, a więc dodatkową rundę bonusową od tej regularnej, tradycyjnej szermierce. Jakie zasady panują dziś w ladder systemie? Już tłumaczymy 30 sekund na jeden pojedynek. Jeżeli będzie wynik 1-1, czyli jedno zwycięstwo dla jednej sztafety, drugie dla drugiej. Jeżeli będzie remis, mamy dodatkowe 30 sekund na jeszcze jeden pojedynek. Jeżeli tutaj wynikiem tego ostatniego pojedynku również będzie remis, a więc 0-0, darmarzy zostają oczywiście i który został wyżej sklasyfikowany po szermierce. Będą na pewno ciekawe emocje, czekamy aż zawodnicy przyjdą, mamy 20 sztafet. Po szermierce na pierwszym miejscu są Litwini, na najwyżej wszyscy Polacy, Łotysze, Rosjanie, Włosi, Niemcy, reprezentacja Meksyku, Niemiec, Ukrainy, Francji, Czech, Węgier, Białorusi, Argentyny, Egiptu, Kazachstanu, Korei, Stanów Zjednoczonych i Gwatemali. Oczywiście najpierw na planszy pojawią się najsłabsze ekipy, prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc. Jeszcze chwila na przekazanie zawodnikom i zawodniczkom zasad, jakimi będziemy kierować się realizując, prezentując Państwu dzisiejszy show, jakim jest Ladder System. 20 sztabek mieszanych walczy w ostatnim dniu Mistrzostw Świata 5 km Warszawa 2014, a teraz jeden z najciekawszych momentów tych zawodów. Ladder System, który ma uatrakcyjnić 5 nowoczesnych, ożywić konkurencję szermierki. Na razie oczywiście testy, próby, zasady cały czas się zmieniają, ale trzeba wypracować jeden spójny system na Igrzyska Olimpijskie Rio de Janeiro 2016.
All right, we're in day 7 of this World Championship live from Warsaw, Poland. This is a mixed relay. One man, one woman, one winner. So we have, let's welcome the first two teams. We have, starting us off here on this bonus round, which is a test event. We are testing this for the 2016 Rio Olympic Games to see how it works. We're going to have, based on the round robin, which we just had, Heather, let's talk about this.
Okay, well the teams have been ranked from earlier this morning, and we're going to have the first team on the beast from Guatemala. Please, can we welcome Sophia Hernandez and Jorge Mary?
And their opponent is going to be the team from the USA. Let's welcome Samantha Ackerberg and Brandon Anderson.
I wydaje się pierwsze dwie sztafety, które swoją rywalizacją rozpoczną Ladder System. System, który jest testowany przed Igrzyskami Olimpijskimi w Rio de Janeiro na rok 2016. Pierwsze dwie ekipy to Guatemala, Sofia Hernandez, Jorge Mary i reprezentanci Stanów Zjednoczonych Samantha Ackerberg i Brenda Anderson.
What you've got here is a one-touch MMA game. You've got the ladies going first. You're going to have somebody's going to win. Or double the beat. They've got a 30 seconds to score one touch. Then come to the man. If it's a tie, if it's 1-1, they will finish another touch. Okay? 30-second back round. Hi. Seconds.
20 sekund.
15.
I 1-0 dla Guatemali. Sofia Hernandez pokonała Samantę Ackerberg. I teraz czas na panów. Brenda Anderson po stronie lewej, a po stronie prawej Jorge Mary, Guatemala.
Okay, now the girls are handing over to their teammates. It's time for the boys to do the business. And Guatemala currently leading 1-0.
We have on the green side from Guatemala, we got Jorge Mary. And from the USA, we got Brandon Anderson.
30 sekund na pojedynek. Jeżeli tym razem reprezentant Stanów Zjednoczonych będziemy mieli jeszcze jedną dodatkową potyczkę pomiędzy reprezentantami USA i Guatemali. A jeżeli tym pojedynkiem nie wyłonimy zwycięzcy na planszy, zostanie drużyna wyżej sklasyfikowana po szermiec.
15. USA ties it up.
Brandon Anderson zrobił to, zwyciężył pojedynek z Jorge Mary.
Okay, the team score is 1-1. They're going to finish one more touch to get the winner. Come back.
A więc mamy jeszcze dodatkowe 30 sekund po to, żeby wyłonić zwycięską sztafetę.
20. Double touch, another done.
I brakuje trafienia, więc kontynuujemy pojedynek. 16 sekund do końca. I Guatemala wniesie w górę drabinki. Zostają Guatemalczycy na planszy, a teraz już reprezentanci Korei. Dzisiaj
Let's welcome our next team from Korea.
We've got first on the beast, And he's going to be fencing Guatemala athlete Jorge Mary. And let's see if Guatemala can do it once more.
Guatemala and Korea. Second team match. 20 seconds.
I pojedynek pomiędzy Koreańczykiem Marku Dziankiem a Jorgem Mary z Guatemali zwycięża Guatemalczyk.
Now we're turning it over to the ladies. Heather.
Well, for Korea, we've got Michi Choi. And representing Guatemala, Sofia Hernandez.
Guatemala's got a 1 point lead.
A teraz rozstawanie. Guatemalczycy prowadzą 1-0. Sofia Hernandez kontra Michi Choi, Korea.
20 seconds.
I będziemy mieli dodatkowe 30 sekund.
This is high, 1-1. So we're going to go one more match. Winner take all.
Świetny występ Gwatemali i zwycięstwo nad reprezentacją Korei.
Let's welcome our next team from Kazakhstan.
We have Daria Kazova on the piece now, and her teammate Pavel Yashenko is due to take over.
Kolejna sztafeta, która zmierzy się z reprezentantami Gwatemali, to sztafeta Kazachstanu. Na planszy już Daria Kazowa, a jej kolegą ze sztafety jest Paweł Yashenko. Świetny dzień dla Gwatemalczyków, 1-0 na starciu z Kazachstanem.
So now we need to welcome the boys onto the piece for Kazakhstan. We have Pavel Yashenko, who's going to be facing Jorge Mera of Guatemala.
A teraz czas na paru. Paweł Yashenko po lewej stronie reprezentant Kazachstanu zmierzy się z Jorge Meri, Gwatemala.
Guatemala has a one-touch lead. It'll take her from Kazakhstan needs to tie it up. 20 seconds. That was close. 15. 10.
I Gwatemala pokonuje Kazachstan 2-0.
And let's welcome our next team from Egypt.
We have Rina Khan and Mohamed Al-Mahad.
A teraz czas na reprezentantów Egiptu. Mohamed Al-Mahad już na planszy. Jego koleżanką z drużyny jest Linia Coach.
1-1. Next touch is the winner.
A więc mamy 1-1. Kolejne trafienie oznacza zwycięstwo jednej albo drugiej drużyny. I Guatemala czwarte zwycięstwo tej sztafety.
And we see Guatemala beat another team, say goodbye to Egypt as we get ready to welcome our next team.
And let's see our challengers from Argentina.
We have Leandro Silva.
Pożegnaliśmy już reprezentantów Egiptu, a teraz na planszy Argentyna i Pamela Zapata, która w sztabecie występuje z Leandro Silva.
Guatemala on the green, Argentina on the red. 0-0 our first match. 20 seconds. 15. Nothing done. 11 seconds.
11 sekund. Wciąż 0-0. I zwycięża Pamela Zapata, Argentyna, prowadzi 1-0 z Guatemalą.
Now the question is, can Argentina knock this Guatemala team off this bonus round here? We can see now Leandro Silva from Argentina. He's got to score this hit against Jorge Herrera to push Guatemala out of the competition.
A teraz po lewej stronie planszy Leandro Silva, Argentyna, naprzeciwko jego Jorge Herrera, Guatemala. No i zobaczmy, czy Argentyńczycy będą w stanie powstrzymać dobrze dysponowanych dziś Guatemalczyków.
Argentina has a one-touch lead. Guatemala's been on a roll. Let's see if we can tie it up. Ooh, an attack nothing done. 11 seconds remaining. All right.
11 sekund do końca.
Double touch.
I podwójne trafienie na 5 sekund przed końcem czasu.
Double touch.
I znów podwójne trafienie.
Now, if time goes out, the higher ranked team will be the winner. All right.
Guatemala mamy 1-1 i dodatkowe 30 sekund na dłonie zwycięzcy. Argentyna czy Guatemala? Zobaczmy.
Now, if time goes out, the higher ranked team. All right. 20 seconds. Guatemala keeps it alive. Guatemala is on a roll.
I Guatemalczycy widać, że są w niezłym gazie. Udało się pokonać sztafetę Argentyny. I to Guatemalczycy, którzy w ostatnim miejscu skończyli szermierkę, zostają na
Let's welcome our next team from Belarus.
We have Tatiana Yezora and Michał Micyk.
A już teraz Białorusini, Tatiana Jelizarowa i Michał Micyk.
Belarus on the yellow line, Guatemala on that familiar green. Oh,
Now the ladies are back on the piece, and Tatiana Yelizarova for Belarus must win this hit to have the chance of beating Guatemala and knocking them off this incredible run.
A teraz w barwach Białorusi Tatiana Yelizarowa, po stronie lewej, po stronie prawej sobie Hernandez z Guatemala. 1-0 prowadzi Guatemala. Niesamowity występ Guatemalczyków, raz 1-1 i przed chwilą nie zaliczyła Białorusika. Można być pod wrażeniem tego, co prezentują Guatemalczycy. Z ostatniego miejsca powędrowali w górę tabeli. Teraz walczą z 14. sztafetą Muszelnicy.
15.
Białoruś zatrzymuje Guatemalę, podziękujemy stopni Hernandez i Cortez za to, co zaprezentowali na szermierczej planszy.
Great round for Guatemala. They started all the way back in 20th and moved all the way up into the 10th. So let's welcome our next team from the Czech Republic.
We have Lucy Monistrova and Andrzej Szwajczata.
A już teraz Czesi, Lucy Grolikowa, która występuje z Andrzejem Swachową.
Belarus on the red, Czech Republic on the green. For the first time, if somebody on the green is back on.
A już teraz panowie na planszy. Reprezentant Białorusi Michał Mitrzyk. A po prawej stronie zawodnik z czeskiej sztafety Andrzej Swachową.
Getting some last minute encouragement there. We've got the Czech Republic on the green side, Belarus on the red. Belarus has a 1-0 lead. Czech Republic!
Michał Mitrzyk, Białoruś powstrzymuje sztafetę czeską.
tallest girls in the sport. Belarus number 1.
Białorusi, reprezentująca dziś w Afrykacji jako Melody Kluber.
Winner take all. 15.
Białoruś zostaje na planszy. Tatiana Jelizarowa.
And let's welcome our next team. They are from the Ukraine.
We have Irina Kokolova and Pavlo Timoshenko.
A teraz już kobieta ukraińska Irina Kokolowa i Pawlo Tymoszenko.
Let's get the score right. Should be 0-0 score. Aaron, get the 0-0. Belarus on the red. Ukraine looking for the green light. 20 seconds.
20 sekund. I zwycięża Ukrainka Irina Kokolowa.
So now let's welcome back onto the showpiece. We have for Belarus, Nitzik, who's representing Timoshenko for Ukraine.
Już kolejni zawodnicy na planszy w barwach Białorusi i Krajniczych. Paweł Tymoszenko po stronie prawej. Ukraina.
Ukraine has a one-touch advantage. And Belarus. And Belarus tie it up. White. Double touch, 8 seconds.
Na 8 sekund przed końcem pojedynku mamy podwójne trafienie. Przypomnijmy, Ukraina prowadzi 1-0.
Scores 1-0 Ukraine. Belarus ties it up. 1-1.
I Krajniczych przedłuża szansę swojej sztafety na zwycięstwo w starciu z Ukrainą. A więc dodatkowe 30 sekund.
1-1, they got 30 seconds. This is the tiebreaker. Ukraine gets it! Pavlo Tymoshenko from Ukraine makes the victory.
I trzeci pojedynek zwycięża Paweł Tymoszenko, co oznacza, że Ukraina odprawia sztafetę Białorusi Johnny Coleman i Patrick Dog. Pierwsi do szermierki przystąpią panowie.
Germany on the red side, Ukraine looking for that green light. This is the first match. The team scored 0-0.
So it's over to the girls. Now can Germany do this? Can they knock Ukraine off? It is Jenny Coleman for Germany, who must beat Iridia Karkolova of Ukraine.
Johnny Coleman, Niemcy po stronie lewej, po stronie prawej Irina Koklowa, Ukraina.
Ukraine has a one-touch lead. Coleman from Germany needs to tie it up to bring it into the tiebreaker.
I mamy 2-0 dla Ukrainy.
Ukraine keeps it going. And we'll be welcoming our next team from Mexico.
Please welcome Nolan Martinez and Manuel Padilla.
O już powitamy teraz sztafetę meksykańską w składzie Nolan Martinez, Manuel Padilla.
And it's the ladies. What do you think, Heather?
I'm not sure. I think Ukraine might have the running advantage after their last two victories. Let's see if Mexico can upset their run.
Ukraine has that green light. Martinez from Mexico looking for the red. It's 0-0.
Meksykanka po lewej stronie, zawodniczka z Ukrainy po stronie prawej. I zobaczmy, czy ostatnie dwa zwycięskie pojedynki rzeczywiście dadzą przewagę Ukrainie.
15. Double touch.
I podwójne trafienie, 13 sekund do końca.
13 seconds in this first match, 0-0. Ten.
I 1-0 dla Ukrainy. Irina Koklowa poradziła sobie z reprezentantką Meksyku Martinez.
Now it's one for the boys, and Manuel Padilla must win this fight against Pablo Timoshenko if Mexico wants to get another chance of moving up and getting any bonus points.
A teraz już czas na męską część sztafet. Jeżeli Meksykanie chcą zostać na planszy, Manuel Padilla musi teraz pokonać Pablo Timoshenko.
Padilla from Mexico on the red light. Timoshenko from Ukraine on the green. Seconds. 15. Mexico ties it up. We're going to the tiebreaker.
I Manuel Padilla zrobił to, a więc mamy 1-1. I dodatkowe 30 sekund. Ten czas wyłoni zwycięską sztafetę.
30 seconds, one touch tiebreaker. Double touch.
I podwójne trafienie.
20 seconds. Ukraine! Timoshenko keeps it rolling!
Ukraina i Pablo Timoshenko. To jego sztafeta zostaje na planszy Dziękujemy bardzo.
Let's welcome our next team from China.
We have Yanchen and Zhao.
Powitajmy reprezentantów Chin, Yanchen, Jianligu.
Ukraine on that green like we've seen a lot of, and Guo from China on the red. All start. China! 2 seconds. Quick work.
Szybko wykonane zadanie przez reprezentanta Chin, Jianligu. Tylko 2 sekundy potrzebował na pokonanie Manuela Panili.
Another question is, can Chen, our silver medalist from the individual this week, our gold medalist from the women's relay, can she tie it up and beat Kovalova from Ukraine?
I teraz pozostaje pytanie, czy srebrna medalistka indywidualnej rywalizacji i mistrzyni w stafecie Yanchen równie szybko poradzi sobie z Telmo Martinez.
China on the red light, Ukraine on the green. China has a 1-touch lead.
I Chińczycy powstrzymują zwycięski marsz sztafety ukraińskiej.
And let's welcome our next team from Italy.
We have for the girls, Gloria Tucci and Leonardo Petroni representing the boys.
Italy!
A teraz naprzeciwko Chińczyków stanie sztafeta włoska w składzie Gloria Tucci i Leonardo Petroni.
The first match has Toshi from Italy on the green side. Jian Chen stays for China on the red.
I podwójne trafienie na 5 sekund przed końcem czasu.
Three, two, one. Time's up. That's a double lead.
A więc mamy podwójną porażkę bez trafienia w tym pojedynku.
Okay, score 0-0. If the guys can pull it off, we get a single light. We got a winner.
A teraz wszystko już zależy od panów. Jeżeli zobaczymy pojedyncze światełko na zegarze, oznacza to, że mamy zwycięzcę.
China on the red light, Italy on the green. Score 0-0. China does it! We got a winner! China over Italy! 1-0!
I w tylko 2 sekundy potrzebował Jianligu na pokonanie swojego rywala, tym razem było pierwszą Petroni. I to sztafeta Chin zostaje na planszy.
So now we welcome onto the showpiece our next team from Russia.
It's Katarina Korstina and Igor Puszkowski, a.k.a. Alexander Lestup.
A już teraz reprezentanci Rosji, Katarina Kuraszkina, jego Puchalewski, znany również jako Aleksander Lestup.
Russia on the green light, China on the red. Score 0-0, first match.
Rosja Chiny 0-0 to pierwszy pojedynek. zwycięstwo dla swojej sztafety. Dzięki Rosjanie zostają na planszy i kontynuują dany system.
Let's welcome our next team from Latvia.
We have Larry Reskas and Pavel Stekos.
A już teraz Łotwa, Elena Rulewska, Paweł Stekos.
We got Russia on the green light, Latvia on the red. Elena Rubelevska, Olympic medalist from Latvia.
Po lewej stronie Łotyszka, Elena Rulewska. Medalistka Igrzysk Olimpijskich, po prawej Rosjanka, Ekaterina Góralskina.
Our first match score 0-0. Russia on the green, Latvia on the red. 20 seconds. 15.
Kilkanaście sekund do końca.
10. 5. 3, 2, 1. Double knee.
I podwójna porażka, 30 sekund. Nie.
Double knee. I think that was part of the strategy. We got some men. It's going to be a one-touch game here. The next city light wins.
Pojedyncze trafienie w tym pojedynku wyłoni lepszą sztafetę. Paweł Stekos i Egor Puchalski. Bardzo podobny do Lesu.
Latvia on the red, Russia on the green. 20 seconds. 15. 10. 5.
I Rosja zwycięża pojedynek z Łotwą dzięki temu jednemu trafieniu.
And 15.
A jednak Rosja wygrywa 2-1. I to właśnie Rosjanie zostają na planszu. Dziękujemy reprezentantom Polski. Oktawia Nowacka, Szymon Staszkiewicz.
So we say goodbye to the home favourites, but now it is for the final round, the decider from Lithuania.
Olympic champion, Laura Osakowiecki, and her teammate Justin Pinderas.
A już teraz na planszy reprezentanci Litwy, jako pierwsza Laura Sadamskaite, mistrzyni olimpijska. Jej partnerem w teamie jest Justinas Idelis.
Russia on the green light, Lithuania on the red. 20.
To finałowy mecz.
15.
Finałowe starcie, które wyłoni zwycięzców całego ladder systemu.
10.
Ostatnie sekundy. Rosja i Ekaterina porażki na 1-0.
Lithuania needs to tie it up to send it in the tiebreaker round. Russia has a 1-0 lead. This is the final match, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeżeli Litwini chcą zwyciężyć cały ladder system, teraz trzeba wyrównać rachunki.
This is the final match of fencing in these world championships. Russia on the green, Lithuania on the red. 20. 15.
I najlepsi żołnierze dzisiejszego turnieju reprezentacji Rosji wygrywają całą rundę bonusową, cały ladder system i zostają na szczycie grabitki. Oczywiście tylko w formie tego show.
And we're limiting this to the swimming pool. We need the UIPM people to the stage for a photo. If you are UIPM, please come to the stage.
I już za chwilę przejdziemy do pływania, ale najpierw zapraszamy na podest wszystkich ludzi z UIPM-u na wspólne pamiątkowe zdjęcie. And the next will be swimming event, which starts 1:15. Następna konferencja pływanie zaczynamy o godzinie 13:15.
So before you go, we just managed to grab the team of Russia who moved up from fifth to win this bonus bag. Now guys, how are you feeling? How important was that bonus bag for you?
A teraz jeszcze zostańcie przez chwilę razem z nami. Zwycięzcy ladder systemu powiedzą kilka słów. Aleksander Lesun próbuje wymigać się na wszelkie możliwe sposoby, ale nie puścimy go. Mówi, że musi iść do toalety, że boli go gardło, ale nie ma mowy. Oto najlepsza ekipa ladder systemu, reprezentanci Rosji.
Только на шоу это великолепная картина. классный коллектив, и великолепное шоу, это действительно развлекаловка такая классная.
It was very important for the show, so for the spectators to see, fencing events.
And how did you find it doing this new bonus round for the first time in front of the crowd? Did you like performing in front of a crowd?
Тебе нравится выступать перед публикой?
Конечно, всегда хочется побольше фанатов.
Says, of course, I always want to be a fan.
And do you think this is good for the sport and working in a team? Do you enjoy performing and doing an extra round of fencing?
Тебе приятно больше фехтовать, больше фехтовать в смысле для публики.
Мне очень нравится.
Да, чтобы больше кричать.
Мне нравится, это заводит публику, когда болеет, кричит, это очень классно. А? Да, и дополнительные очки, это, конечно.
Okay, well, thank you very much, both of you. Congratulations on winning the bonus round.
A teraz pozwólcie Państwo, że przetłumaczę reprezentantom Rosji. Bardzo podoba się takie rozwiązanie, tak zwany ladder system. Jest to bardzo ekscytujące, szczególnie jeżeli chodzi o widzów, o ludzi, którzy zasiadają na trybunach. Aleksander Lesun, indywidualny mistrz świata, powiedział, że to bardzo ciekawe, bardzo podoba mu się takie prezentowanie szermierki naprzeciwko widzów, naprzeciwko kibiców. To również dobrze dla samej dyscypliny. W tej rundzie można zdobyć dodatkowe punkty i to również jest bardzo...
Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, очень рад Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы, себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, очень рад Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, очень рад рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад.
Oglądacie Państwo program Kalejdoskop. Marcin Krzywicki, witam i zapraszam na rozmowę o pięcioboju nowoczesnym, o którym porozmawiamy sobie z Marcinem Horbaczem, byłym pięcioboistą, olimpijczykiem.
Dzień dobry.
Witam serdecznie.
Witam serdecznie.
Do tego medalistą Mistrzostw Świata, Europy i Polski, który 2 lata temu zakończył swoją karierę, ale wciąż jest aktywny. Marcinie.
No tak, faktycznie. No, ja uważam, że ze sportem się nigdy nie kończy tak naprawdę. To był sport zawodowy, którym spędziłem ponad 30 lat, a teraz mogę się realizować bardziej amatorsko w sporcie. I to też czynię. No, mam z tego dużą frajdę i przyjemność, więc myślę, że i mam nadzieję, że starczy mi.
рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, очень рад этому. Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, очень рад Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, очень рад рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после...
Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, raz, raz, raz. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, raz, raz, raz. Raz, dwa, trzy. Michał, ustaw mi na 6 dźwięk. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I powiedz, kamerę włączył, dobra? Dasz radę? A,
The Polish Olympic Training Center, downtown Warsaw. We're on day 7 of these World Championships. It's the final day. The final day sees us in the mixed relay event. This is the second discipline in the mixed relay. The mixed relay is as it sounds. It is mixed. It is one one female athlete, one male athlete. So one girl, one boy. This is 200 meters freestyle. Each athlete will swim 100 meters and touch off, hand off to the next athlete. So the women will start. So it will be the female doing the first 100 meters. The male will do the second 100 meters. We are introducing the first heat. We have four heats in this mixed relay swimming event. I'm here with Heather Felt, Olympic silver medalist and great swimmer herself.
Yeah, so this is a great bit of fun for the athletes. They get to swim a sprint event, realistically. I mean, 200 is more of the middle distance. This is the last competition of the World Championships, and they're out here to give it 100% and all out from the start.
So we're ready to start. This is heat one, Mr. Starter.
So we start with the women first, 100 meters, and I'll hand over to their teammates. It's often hard to rank it when you have the male and female athletes swimming together, because they might have the stronger swimmer in the first heat or vice versa, but there's no swapping around when it comes to the mixed relay.
This is the first heat, so these are the slowest swimmers based on their seed times. We have four teams in. Chile was supposed to be out in lane one, and they have withdrawn due to injury. So there are four other teams. The team to watch is actually Russia out in lane two. The Russians have a chance. The Russians are perennial favorites. We saw Alex Lassoon yesterday win the men's individual title. Russians always have a great team, but our leader with 25 meters to go is in lane four, Lucy Grolikova from Czech Republic.
Now she's having a storming swim. I mean, she's an athlete who's retired and come back again. She's just been performing in the relays here at World Championships, but she's still got that sprint.
So it's the men's turn. This is 100 meters. You're going to see some fast times as these athletes, as we get down to the final heats, heat 3 and heat 4, and particularly in heat 4 today. Wow, look at lane 3. He is hauling. Lane 3 is from Mexico.
Okay, so these athletes, Mexican team are currently 8th after the fencing competition, and they know if they can get a good swim in the relay, you're still in the mix. But leading it just at that turn with 50 meters to go, it was lane 2, Russia.
But our leader is out there in lane 2, Russia, with just 25 meters to go. He's at the turn with 25 meters to go. It is Russia. In second place, it's a dead heat between Mexico and the Czech Republic.
I mean, Russia, that's a real proof that the male swimmer for the Russian team is the strongest of the duo, because he has just brought that home. He's opened up a 5-meter lead in just 100 meters, 1:57.06. The Russians take that first heat ahead of Czech Republic, followed by Mexico in third.
That was Igor Puchalevsky for Russia swimming the anchor leg, and he had a great split. I don't know what his split was, but I can tell you it was fast.
Yeah, Karachkina swimming isn't her strongest event. The Russian girl who took the relay out for Russia, but finishing in a time well under 2 minutes, that just proves that he will have swum a rapid 100 meters there.
Now, very quickly, we're going to have the clear the pool, and we're going to bring in heat 2, and heat 2 is going to have actually who I think is going to end up on top of the podium. Actually, Lithuania will be out in lane 1, and that team is Laura Ozadaskaitė. Laura Ozadaskaitė is the Olympic champion from the 2012 London Olympic Games, and her teammate, equally as qualified, Justinas Kinderas, who was the world champion from last year's World Championship. He did not have a particularly great individual event. I think he has something to prove. He wants to come back for a gold medal.
I mean, they really are a team to beat. Both of them world champions. I don't think there's any other team that we've got with 2 world champions in it. You're ranked right up there. I think Kinderas is ranked in the top 5. Laura currently also ranked at one of the top athletes. So I think they're quite difficult to beat at the moment. They're leading the event going into the swim. They're in first place after the fence, just 6 points ahead of the Great British team, and then the home team of Poland were in third after the fencing. So Lithuania, not the strongest swimmers. They're in the second heat of the 4, but they'll be looking for those points.
Absolutely, and as we round out the rest of the teams for heat 2, the second team coming in, and let's bring them in. They're going to walk them in here. You're going to see, let's introduce them this way, the way they're marching in. So what you're going to see is the leaders as they're marching in those very good looking warm-ups, multicolored. Those are the Belarusians. We have Leading off will be Tatiana Yelizarova, and her teammate is Mikhail Mitzik. Following them, from Kazakhstan, you have the leadoff swimmer, you will have Dara Kozlova, her teammate Pavel Ilyushenko. In the red, white, and black is the team from Germany. Janine Coleman will lead off, and her teammate Patrick Dog. From Latvia, in the maroon, you're going to have Elena Rubalevska and her teammate Pavel Zepkos. And then you just saw the Lithuanians introduced. Heather just told you all about them. It's Laura Ozdaskaitė will lead up, handing off to Justinas Kinderas.
Now the teams to watch in this are lanes 1, 2 and 3. They aren't seeded the fastest, but they are ranked the highest. So that's where the points are going to be fought between. Lithuania obviously trying to hang on to that lead, and it'll be interesting to see if they can stay at the top of the leaderboard after the swim. But also in lane 2, Latvia only down in 4th at the moment after the fence, and you know, they have they're both very strong fencers. Rubleska especially a very experienced athlete.
Elena Rubalevska in lane 2, and she's coming back from having her second child this season, and I got to tell you, she does not look like she's had 2 children. Elena Rubalevska, former Olympic medalist, not former, you can't be former. She's an Olympic medalist, and swimming is not her forte, but I just think it's wonderful that she's back the way she is. And our leader out in lane 3 is Janine Coleman from Germany.
And the Germans taking it out here, and at the 50-meter mark, Janine Coleman from Germany turns just ahead of Lithuania out in lane 1, and lane 4 and 5 it's just Latvia from Elena Rubleska, who's dropping off the pace slightly. But as I said earlier, it really can change when the men take over. So just 25 meters to go for the women, coming up to the end of their first 100 meters.
Coleman from Germany in lane 3 has a commanding lead. She's going to be handing off to teammate Patrick Dog. Can Patrick hold on? Can he keep Germany in lane? He's wearing a German swim cap, and you've got Patrick Dog in the water. The Germans have the lead.
That was a strong swim from Janine Coleman, one of the younger athletes, and Germany is still taking it. The boys are all now in the pool. Girls have finished their 100 meters, but first 25, it's Germany, followed by, very closely, Kazakhstan, but Lithuania still right in the mix.
Out in lane 4, certainly moving a lot of water is Pavel Ilyushenko. They're coming to the 50-meter mark. They have 50 meters to go. Germany is in the lead. We have Germany, and we have Justinas Kinderas from Lithuania. But Kazakhstan has it's Ilyushenko from Kazakhstan in second, and Kinderas from Lithuania out in lane 1, and I think they're going to turn together.
And yeah, I think Lithuania have just got that, but at the moment Germany is starting to struggle. It's that last 15 meters. Lithuania are coming back immensely strong, but Germany are going to hang on in there. Germany take the second heat.
And we got Lithuania second, and Kazakhstan third. Again, this is all about pentathlon points, so they're trying to score as many points as they possibly can, so that they have it's all going to come down to the combined, because most of these athletes are pretty decent riders. I don't see a big shakeup in the riding, which is the next event. So they are setting themselves up for what will ultimately be a very, very tightly contested combined event.
When it comes to the relay, it really is an open competition when you've got 2 athletes making up the score. So 2 athletes have got to get around the riding, 2 athletes have got to shoot, and it does mean that things can change quite a lot as the day goes on.
I mean, and you know, Team GB is a great example of that. I mean, look at these 2 athletes. We're talking about Heat 4, but let's talk about Team GB for a second. This is a young, relatively untested team, and who knew?
I know, I think, you know, you couldn't really even tell from their expressions after the fence. They're both very laid back, especially Kate French. You know, she's competed at senior level now for a couple of years, as has Joe, but they're still young on the scene and have got great potential, and they're just taking it in their stride today.
So we're going to be bringing in Heat 3 here next. There's only 4 heats today, so this is second to the last heat, but like I said, it'll be Heat 3. And let's wait for them to walk in, and we'll introduce them as they come. We'll be starting with lane 5. They'll be marching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There'll be 5 teams. And actually, we'll go ahead. Out in lane 5, you're going to find, here they go. They're going to do the introductions now.
I think we might struggle to speak in a moment because we're going to welcome onto the poolside in lane 3 the Polish team. Here we go.
We have the Polish team. In lane 5, wearing the red shirt, we have China. We have Jianli Guo. Leading off for China, we Kan Chen. Then we've got Team USA. Leading off for Team USA will be Sammy Achterberg. Her partners, Brendan Anderson. And then in lane 3, the team from Poland, and this place is going to rock. We have Octavia Nowaska leading off, and her teammate is Simon Stachkiewicz. In lane 2 from Argentina, Pamela Zapata will lead off, her teammate Leandro Silva. And in lane 1 from Egypt, we have Riyam Yahout from leading off, and then Mohamed Ahmed as bringing it home.
Here we go. I'm not going to talk over this. Now, in case you hadn't guessed, we were just welcoming on the home team of Poland. That was Octavia Nowaska and Szymon Stachkiewicz, and they are currently ranked 3rd after the fence. This could be Poland's chance of a medal here today. They haven't won one yet. It's the final day of the World Championships, their last chance to do so.
Poland has a chance. They're out in lane 3. Let's ready for the start. And it's a fair start for heat 3. And I'm looking for Octavia Nowaska out in lane 3 for Poland to take out an early lead. They're coming up to the first 25-meter mark, and it's going to be Octavia Nowaska from Poland.
Now I think we're going to just, she's going to be feeding off the crowd support here today. They're so hungry for that medal to perform in front of the home crowd. This is the World Championships, and they haven't been on that podium yet.
It's Octavia Nowaska in lane 3, and out in lane 5, it is China. It's Nowaska from Poland in lane 3, China in lane 5. Those are our early leaders.
But you cannot discount Chen from China, already won 2 medals at this World Championships, and she is out in lane 5 and really giving Nowaska from Poland a run for her money.
Turning together at 75 meters, Nowaska from Poland in lane 3, Chen from China in lane 5. It's Octavia Nowaska. With 12 meters to go, it's Octavia Nowaska. She's handing off to Simon Stachkiewicz. It's Nowaska, half a body length lead. Simon Stachkiewicz from Poland is in on lane 3.
Now the fight is on between the Polish team and China as we come up to the first 25 meters. The men are in the pool now doing the business, but it's not far behind. We've got the USA team in lane 4 who are really making ground on our leaders.
But right now it's a 2-horse race. Zhou from China in lane 5 flips first at 50 meters. Stachkiewicz from Poland in lane 3. It's China, our leader. Poland in 2nd. USA in 3rd. Brendan Anderson from the United States, a youth-level athlete competing here at the Senior World Championships. But we've got Guo from China, our leader. It's Guo from China, followed by Stachkiewicz. And out in lane 2, passing Anderson, it's Silva from Argentina. It's gonna be Guo and Stachkiewicz, followed by Silva from Argentina, and Team USA bringing up the 4th. And out in lane 1, Egypt in 5th. You got a lot of happy Polish people here. Great race out of heat 3.
I mean, the Polish team really needed that because there's still some of the high-ranked athletes after the fence to go in the final swim heat, especially Great Britain, who are just ahead of Poland at the moment, and Poland don't want to let that gap open up too far.
They're going to clear the pool here. Heat 3, we have one final heat. Now don't forget, this is day 7 of these World Championships. It is the mixed relay event. It is the final day of competition. And for most of these athletes, it is the final day of competition for this year. So they're going to leave it all in the pool. Nobody's going to save anything. We have the fastest swimmers coming in now. This will be heat 4. And who you're going to see coming in, you're going to... For heat 4, you're going to have Korea coming in lane 1. You're going to have Italy in lane 2, France in 3, Hungary in 4, Team GB in 5, and Ukraine in 6. We're going to talk a little more about these teams as they march in. You'll be able to identify they march in reverse order. So the lane 6, which is Ukraine, will be coming in first. And in just a couple of minutes, they're going to bring them in.
So this is our final and fastest heat. These teams have all entered their individual times, put together, the boys and the girls, and being seeded accordingly. So we will have the middle lane, lane 3 from France, are on paper the fastest team in this fastest heat, followed by Hungary, and then it's going to be Great Britain and Italy really battling it out. But it's going to be some fast times we're going to see in this final heat of the final of the Senior World Championships, our last day here in the mixed team relay.
And they're ready to rock and roll. Here they come. These are the swimmers in lane 4. Heat 4. Out in lane 6 from Ukraine, you've got the lead off, Irina Klokova, and she in the orange as she's marching in. Her teammate was Pavlo Timochenko. And then behind them you have the Team GB. We're in their Team GB uniform. You've got Kate French, her teammate Joseph Evans. The Hungarians in their maroon, you've got Sorota Kovac and her teammate Vince Demeter. And then the French wearing the red, white, and blue caps. You have Elodie Clavel leading off and passing off to Valentin Belov. And then the Italians in their white and blue. The Italian team of Gloria Tocci leading off. And then Pippola Petroni will bring it home. And our final team out in lane 1 from Korea. We have Min Choi leading off, and she'll be handing off to Hwang Jung to bring it home. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn it over to the starter. The real team to watch, and who I expect to be in first place after this event, is Team GB out in lane 5. They're sitting in second place. I believe they have a tremendous swim inside of them, and I think they're going to be just a little ahead of Lithuania by the time this swim is over.
It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Joe, the second half of the team, is going to be the stronger one in the swimming event. He's fresh. Kate has competed in a semi-final and the final, but it'll be interesting to see what she has left in the tank.
It's a fair start for this final heat, Heat 4, and out first in lane 4, we have Sorota Kovac, and this is one of Sorota Kovac's event. We clearly know she's not the greatest runner, and we have Elodie Clavel, who was at one time the world record holder.
Clavel has come from a swimming background. She was on the French team as a swimmer, so we really should see a good race here between the Hungarian and the French. But actually, we've got another athlete hanging in there, out in lane 6 from Ukraine. We've got Kokalova, who's not far off the leaders with just 25 meters to go.
It's Clavel and Kovac. Clavel from France, Kovac from Hungary. They are stroke for stroke coming into the final 12 meters of their 100-meter race. And they will be handing off to Valentin Belov from France and Demeter from Hungary. They go in. And did you see the dive that Demeter had? He came off the blocks with a body length lead. He is blasting his first 25 meters. He has a body length lead at the 25. Can he hold on?
Well, this is some speed we're seeing here. These boys are opening up the lead on the rest of their teammates, but it is a race between France in lane 3 and Hungary in lane 4. Who's going to have it at the end? Who can hang on?
Demeter in lane 4, out in lane 4, long pentathlon family.
But we're seeing a really strong swim here from Joe Evans. He's fresh. He hasn't competed this week, and he is closing fast on the French. Is he going to move up to second? Great Britain really need these points. But here, coming into the last few meters, it's going to go to Hungary.
Hungary's our leader. I'll tell you what, though, it's France, but it might be Great Britain, and I think Great Britain was touched out by France. I believe our finish was Hungary, France, Team GB. A great finish by Joseph Evans from Team Great Britain.
That was a really strong finish. I think Kate's feeling a little bit tired after her events this week. It's a real challenge competing 3 days out of the week at a senior world championship level. But Joe, the swimming is really his strong part, and he proved that then and brought them back into the standings, and those points will really go onto their strong fence. And I think they might have leapfrogged Lithuania and might well be in the lead as we move into the combined and the riding event later to come today.
What an exciting final day of competition here at the World Championships from Warsaw, Poland. We will be moving to the riding venue now, and I do believe we're going to have Team GB as our leaders, but I'm afraid it may be a fleeting moment. But you never know. Anything can happen in the ride. There is no question the strongest combined team out here today is that team from Lithuania. 2 world championships on it, and we will see you soon at the riding venue here live from Warsaw, Poland.
gentlemen, just a few minutes left to start horse riding event. After two of the events, on the first position is team relay of Great Britain, Kate French and Joseph Evans, 607 points. Second place and 603 points. Team relay of Lithuania, Laura Asanauskaite, Justina Skinderis. On the third place, team relay of Poland, Oktavia Nowacka, Szymon Staszkiewicz, 586 points for Polish teams. As a fourth one, team relay of Russia, Ekaterina Kurashkina, Egon Pucharewski, 581 points for team relay of Russia. So riding event will be really important for first teams especially, and we are gonna start soon. News from warming up. Team relay of Guatemala has decided to do not start in horse riding event. So the first team on the parkour will be team relay of Egypt, and we are going to start horse riding event 3 minutes past 3 o'clock. Mamy właśnie informacje z rozprężalni. Sztafeta Gwatemali zadecydowała, że nie wystartuje w konkurencji jazda konna. A więc tę konkurencję rozpoczniemy 3 po 3, 3 minuty po godzinie 3. Pierwsza reprezentacja, która pojawi się na parkurze, to będzie reprezentacja Egiptu, Riniahut, Mohameda i Ahmed. Sztafeta w składzie Lilia Kut na koniu Nana i Mohamed Ejkampet na koniu Ruslan. As a first on a riding arena, team relay of Egypt, Lilia Kut on the course Nana and Mohamed Ejkampet on the course Ruslan.
All right, here we are. We are on day 7 of these World Championships, and this is the final event of a long week. I'm here with Heather Fell. This is the riding event. This is one of your fortes, Heather. Can you tell us a little about what we're going to see?
Well, we're now with the mixed relay here today on the final day of these World Championships. And first in the arena, we've got the team of Egypt. These riders coming in order of how they are doing so far today. So after the fencing and the swimming this morning, they've been ranked, and the Egyptian team are currently in 20th position, and they've started us off in this riding phase of the mixed relay competition.
Now, in the mixed relay, obviously, its name speaks for itself. It is mixed, so we have one athlete, one male athlete, one female athlete. The female athlete starts first. Female athlete leaves the box. We'll get back to that in a moment. We'll discuss that's the start area. They will jump 8 obstacles, so not as many obstacles per rider as you do in the individual. But again, 8 jumps, and then they will ride back into the box. That's the exchange area. And the second rider, in this case the male rider, will take off and do the same course, the 8 fences. They're judged on how fast, their time. They must be faster than the time. Do you see the exchange there? And that's, she's
I'm not sure if that was an intentional hug of her horse.
Yeah, I think she loves that horse. Oh, they're a little too fast. But
now this is Mohamed Eid Ahmed from Egypt, who's taken over after a clear round by his teammate Raim Yakout, and actually it was her it's her first competition at senior competition in the World Championships, and it's a straight final for this mixed relay. So some of these athletes haven't competed at all this week, and this Egyptian team will be one of those fresh teams out here today.
There's a few tricks on this course. I was out there walking it, and right now is where it gets a little tricky. That's it's almost a rollback coming from 5 to 6, 7. Now you're going to take a hard right turn to the final fence. That's the big blue. Now the distance between that fence and here you can't see, and the finish line is 7 meters. It's only 7 meters. So when they're trying to do the exchange, you're going to come in with a head of steam. They really have to watch their speed because they're going into the exchange area, and you can have a traffic jam.
Yeah, it's very close there. There's quite a few challenging corners on this course, but it is, in the relay, you only have 8 fences, and there are no combinations. So each fence stands alone separately.
Their current standings? No. I'm not sure what that means.
I think this is a new team. That's why I'm interpreting that one as this is a team that haven't competed in the mixed relay at an international level.
Oh, I see. So we are looking now, I think we're expecting the Team USA, the American team, and if we're correct, entering the arena, we will see Samantha, her affectionately known as Sammy. So Sammy Achterberg, she will begin the ride. Her teammate is Brendan Anderson. Sammy Achterberg is a rider. She comes from an equestrian background. I've actually been to her home visiting a family, and she has a barn there. She keeps her horse. I think she recently had to let him go because she was concentrating so much on pentathlon. But she has a strong riding background. I'm very curious how she'll do. Brendan, on the other hand, her teammate, Brendan Anderson, he's actually in our youth program currently. He just competed in the Youth Olympic Games. He got 8th at Youth World Championships. So this team is all about gaining experience. We put Brendan in literally on the experience side. So that's one of the reasons they're a bit far down the standing. So we have Samantha Achterberg on course over the second fence.
Now this is interesting. We will see some riders in this event as the riding takes place that don't ride that regularly at a senior level, because especially in the men's competition,
it's incredibly difficult to qualify for the final, and it's only in the individual final that you would ride. So these athletes getting the experience and getting the chance to ride at a senior level at the World Championships, it's a great opportunity for them.
And Samantha doing a great job. She's got a clean round and negotiated that course brilliantly. She speaks to her, frankly, tremendous amount of riding experience that she has. Brendan, on the other hand, is new to riding. When I say new, he's only been riding a few years. He's done a lot of great work. I'm really excited for him. He has been accepted to university, but he is chosen to delay that entry for 1 year, and he's going to be focusing full-time on his pentathlon career and development, see how far he can go as we're 2 years out of Rio 2016. Brendan actually doing quite well here. Oh, and that was...
He's just lost his stirrup and lost his balance coming into that fence. Those jumps, they look like they're in line, but actually there's quite a significant curve, and if the riders don't ride that curve properly and make sure they're straight into that seventh fence there, they find themselves in trouble.
So for Team USA and Samantha Achterberg and Brendan Anderson, we're going to have that one disobedience. I believe that's going to be 10 penalty points, which is 10 penalty seconds. Again, these two athletes, Samantha, the more experienced team member of Team USA, Brendan, and for these two athletes, that'll be the end of a really a successful season. Brendan having done quite well at the Youth Olympic Games and Youth World Championships. Samantha, who was a previous gold medalist at the junior level, when the American team won the gold medal in Poland, here in this country 2 years ago, and Sam, in the senior level, has made the final at every World Cup she competed in this year, and she's, hats off to that team. And now we welcome the team from Korea. We have Minji Choi and Hwan Ho Jung will be competing for Korea now. Minji Choi on course.
Now these horses won't have seen this round earlier in the week. You don't, with the men's and the women's final, you have the same course that stays up, but this course is completely new. It's been devised just for this relay competition, so the riders will have had a chance to walk the course earlier in the day. And they still just have 20 minutes in which to work between the two of them, both the male and the female competitor, to work out which horse they want to ride. And they use the warm-up with just the 5 practice fences in which to do that.
Into the box, that's the exchange area. And now on course, Hwan Ho Jung. He's riding Kakan. I think it's an excellently designed course. I call that the Peugeot turn. It's a wide turn to the third fence, right in front of the Peugeot car and sign. There's related distance to 4, and now from my experience walking this course, this is where the course really picks up. And he pulls that rail, got in too tight on the vertical.
Now he rode that turn there, you can see the offset fence from 6 to 7. He rode that nicely, but a little bit, not quite the smooth curve into the final fence, but it didn't upset the horse.
And that's for Korea, and Minji Choi and Hwan Ho Jung, I believe they only had 1 rail. I imagine, my feeling is they made the time allowed. We'll see that in a moment.
Oh, they had that second rail somewhere. They've got a score of 286,
So they lost 2 rails. Our position here in the studio, which is where we're watching from, we're looking on a screen as much of you are at home. We don't, sometimes the camera doesn't pick up the fence, so we can't tell exactly in terms of rails coming down. So we have the same view you do.
Yeah, we'd love to be sat out there in the sunshine watching this, wouldn't we?
Absolutely. And this is day 7 of what has been a long and very successful and enjoyable week here at the Olympic Training Center and University in Warsaw, Poland. They've done a wonderful job hosting the world here for these 2014 World Championships. So next team in the arena from Kazakhstan, we have Pavel Ilyashenko and Daria Kalazova. And Daria Kalazova is on course now.
Kalzova's taking her time on that bend at the top, but a nice smooth line and nicely through those related distances as she comes up to fence 5. And that's a tight turn there, but she meets the fence correctly. And those riders that ride the correct line between 6 and 7, they meet fence 7 perfectly, but if you get that wrong and you try and cut the corner, it doesn't pay off.
And on course now, the handoff is made, and we have Pavel Ilyushenko. He's on Poseidon, and Ilyushenko has had quite a solid World Championships here over this week. He's a strong pentathlon competitor. No medals for him, but he's been in the hunt.
Oh, just as he was bringing it home, 3 fences to go, and we heard the bell ring there. They classified that as a stop, even though he did go through the fence, but it was a stop predominantly, and then the bell is rung as we wait for the course builders to re-erect the fence. The clock has been stopped, and now the rider just has to wait until he's given the signal to start again from fence number 6. And here we go. And he didn't manage to learn from his mistake, and unfortunately the horse decided he wasn't going over fence 6, sorry, but he's riding strongly now. And that last fence, it really is towards the warm-up arena, towards the other horse, and I don't think we're going to see that many problems at the final fence, fence 8.
No, that's nose to the barn, and he went to the whip on the 7th fence to get some encouragement. But we've got some 20 penalty points, and those penalty points are penalty seconds. That's 20 seconds that team's going to have to make up, and that's going to be a tall order for them. Next team in the arena, out of the 20 teams competing today, actually I guess now we've had a couple of withdrawals, so I think we'll have 9 teams competing today. In the riding event. We actually started with 21. We've lost 2 teams for various reasons. We have Argentina.
South America, we've been dropping here, haven't we?
Yes, but speaking of South America, we'll welcome the team from Argentina in the arena now, and that team is Leandro Silva, and his teammate is Pamela Zapata. And Pamela, of course, is in the Argentine military. You see her in in her military uniform. It's interesting how the dress is you must ride in a hunt coat, your riding jacket, or a military uniform if you are a member of the military, or in the case of the Italians, we have the police, the Carabinieri. So Pamela Zapata is on course.
She'll be looking forward to getting a riding practice in. She didn't make it into the final for the women's individual event, so it's a great opportunity for to come all the way over from Argentina, and it's great that she does actually get to have the riding experience at this World Championship level. Reins are a bit long there.
And that is she had no chance. I'm sorry that that has unseated her, but that was just a lack of balance. But that turn is 180 degrees. If it was in Texas, I would definitely call that a rollback. But
you'll lose most of us on that one. But
that's right.
I mean, she came around that corner. She didn't have the horse engaged. The horse didn't know where it was going, and she tried telling it at the last minute, and he was like, "No, I'm not going there." But she has not got a secure seat here, and if she makes it round, this would be a miracle. But she's going to go for it.
Yeah, and you know what? Hats off to her for that fighting spirit there. There's certainly a lot of bravery.
That was bravery going into that last fence. She only had a couple of strides in which to set herself up, no stirrups, and she's obviously not got a strong seat as it is, but stuck with it, kept her leg on, and she made it home.
You have Leandro Silva on course now. He's doing the Peugeot turn there, and let's see how he does.
He's got a similar slightly unstable seat there as he lands very much on the forehand of the horse. He lands very forward. You see him collapsing on the horse's neck, and if the horse has a stumble on landing, he would be out the front door of that.
Yeah, that's true. Now, most of these, we are looking, and he is hanging on for dear life.
That was some impressive skills, but he will have accrued 10 penalties there as he circled in front of the last fence. But I'm a little bit worried if he has too much speed going into this last fence, because it's very close, as you mentioned earlier, Rob, to the end fence, and that's finish box. But
got too
oh
close.
gosh.
She's sitting up trying to get a. Oh, and he knocks the fence. Now, I will have to say, you know, for the people at home in terms of pentathlon riding, we are looking at of the 20 teams entered in the competition. We're looking at the teams that are towards the bottom, which have typically. That just means that they often don't have the experience that the teams that are at the top have, and
It is a difficulty, especially these two athletes as individuals would not frequently make a final at a World Championships, and you know the relay, it's great, it gives them the opportunity to ride at this level, but it's very difficult as well. Pentathlon needs to make sure that we monitor the standard of their riding and make sure that we you know, keep it as uniformed and really help these countries that maybe don't get as many opportunities. We really help them with their riding tuition.
Absolutely, and riding it's a skill, you know, and there are 3 skill sports in the sport of modern pentathlon. You have fencing, shooting, and the riding, and the sport made some changes over the last few years when we went to the semifinal final system, where, as Heather, as you mentioned, there is no riding in the semifinal, and as you said, you have to, your level of performance has to be meet a certain standard to even qualify for the final, and by the time you get to that level, your riding has typically improved. So as we move down the line, we're looking at Belarus coming in. We have Tatiana Yelizarova, Mikhail Mitsik. So we'll have Tatiana Yelizarova, who will be the first. She is on course. Looking at fence number 2, and you're going to see as the ability of as pentathletes improve as we go up the standings. You will see the level of riding typically improve as well.
And Yelizarova might sound like a new name, but she's actually formerly Mazukovic and has competed in several Olympic Games and has been on the senior circuit for many years now. She actually went away, and she's another athlete who's had a baby in the last few years.
That whole baby thing, we have a number of moms, you know, in this competition.
We do. It's quite incredible that they can train for 5 sports and bring up children at the same time. I don't know how they do it.
Can you say daycare? Here we go. We have on course now Mikhail Mitsik, and I was fortunate enough to spend some time with him on the fencing piste. We covered Belarus in the men's team event, individual event yesterday, and we got a close look at him and his fencing skills. He's a very solid pentathlete. I wouldn't put him up at the top, but I wouldn't put him at the bottom either. He's very solid. That's why I think what you're watching here as well. And he's going to get around. And that's it for Belarus. Now, we're still dealing with teams that are really out of the realistic medal possibilities here. We don't run into those until we get into the top 10.
That just confirms the ride of the Belarusian pairing. They were our first to score that full 300 points a clear round, and about time we saw one, but it's always a welcome score on the board.
Absolutely. I've got the clean club started. We got the one rider, one team in the clean club, which means they've ridden a clean course. It's my personal club. I can admit or deny admittance to, as I so choose.
Well, let's hope we've got a few more who get to join your exclusive club, Rob, as we go on throughout this ride.
That's right. So we have, I don't think I'm even a member of my own club. Yeah. So we're going to watch the next team in the arena now is from the Czech Republic. We've got Lucy Grolikova, and her teammate is Andrei Svekota. And now we'll see Lucy Grolikova, who's on course now. She's riding a car.
Oh, Lucy got in close to that first fence, just a little bit flat, and he took out the top rail with his front legs, the horse there. I'm talking about experience. I mean, Lucy and Rubeska from Latvia, I think the 2 eldest athletes. I'm not sure who wins the prize for the most experienced or the most mature, but Lucy definitely knows what she's doing when it comes to the riding. And
oh boy,
making a few errors here. That was the back feet that took that pole out.
And sometimes the horse can just be a little sloppy. You know, some of the first fence, for example, is quite low, as first fencers often are. And she's got it, does the handoff. And we're looking at Andrei Svekota from the Czech Republic. He's up on Blackjack.
Blackjack looks a lot more laid back than the mount that Golichkova was on. He's quite a steady looking beast here. picks his knees up nicely over that fence. Can be deceiving those that have got a long lollopy stride that it looks like maybe they're not covering the ground, but they're a big horse. It's often deceptive, and he might well be making good time.
For the Czech Republic and blackjack. Looks like oh, he pulls that last rail. Well, he took that hit and he busted on blackjack.
Well, that's quite a few poles. I think I've counted 3 in total for the Czech team, so that, if it is, that will be 21 seconds they've thrown away there in just those few minutes of the riding.
Now, some of you, if you've been watching over the course of these 7 days, may recall a number of these names in terms of the horses and the athletes as well. But here we are. These horses have been going all week, and I think they're as tired as our own athletes. We'll discuss that here in a minute. The next team in the arena is from Mexico, and we have entering the arena Manuel Padilla. And his teammate is Thelma Martinez. Manuel Padilla, he's up on Calypso. You're going to see in the arena here as they have saluted and they'll leave the box. You'll see Thelma Martinez. You heard the bell there starting the clock. Actually, it doesn't start the clock. It starts the
countdown
the
clock.
Countdown. Yeah. That's right. So she's passed the go line, which starts the real clock. And Thelma Martinez is up on Saladin. I love that name.
We've seen a lot of him this week. These horses have been going since Monday. We started on Monday with it was the women's relay competition, and they've had a couple of days off in the middle when we had the semi-finals, but other than that, this is their 5th day of being used for this World Championships.
So Thelma Martinez has that hard right-hand turn. She's up over fence 8, the final fence. She passes off to her teammate, Manuel Padilla, one of the best runners in the sport of modern pentathlon here at the World Championships.
He just lost a bit of energy on that corner. It's, after the first fence, you've really got to keep moving, and it's quite a sharp right-hand turn that you need to make, and he just lost a little bit of energy, but got it going in time before the spread. Took that fence 3 out with his front legs and just got it striding a little bit wrong. Managed to correct just in time for the 4th. And a bit of a wide corner he took into 5, but had a chance to gather himself. Rode that line really nicely there. And this is the last final turn into fence number 8.
And they override that fence. You see them come off a 7, they ride right to the rail, they do that, they check, and they back them off, they do that hard right-hand turn, put their leg on and override, and they pull the rail. We've seen that several times. So for Mexico, and Thelma Martinez and Manuel Padilla, let's see their point total here.
I think it was the 2 poles that I counted, or we see one more.
I'm not sure.
I think our first rider, Martinez, was clear. We're just waiting for the graphics at the moment, but they definitely had at least 2 poles in that second round there, so dropped several seconds down the starting order.
Well, while we're waiting for the results from Mexico, we will introduce the next team. The next team entering the arena, both very talented athletes. We have Pavlo Timoshenko and his teammate, Irina Kolklova. And Irina Kolklova will begin. She will be the first rider in the arena. She leaves the box, and this is the team from Ukraine. She's up on Wareg.
This is our final team of this first round, so we'll soon be moving into the top half of our ranked athletes as the standings are before this riding event. Ukraine are one who I thought I might have seen in the second round, but they are knocking on the door, and if they get a clear round now, they could make their way into the top half of the field before the combined event. So the rider there using her body weight, but maybe a little bit too much to make that turn, but she didn't lose too much impulsion.
Oh, she pulled that rail. Kolklova hands off to Pavlo Timoshenko. He's a big boy. Look at his legs all wrapped around, almost touch ankles underneath that belly. Sits up very straight, which I always found unusual for tall athletes.
He was lucky there. He got in close and the horse just rattled that top rail but got away with it. Maybe it was his feet that rattled that top rail.
You know, I've seen that, though not with Timoshenko. So that's it for Team Ukraine, Irina Koklova and Pavlo Timoshenko. Timoshenko just finishing. They were up on Wareg and Gardiana. Wareg was Koklova. Timoshenko rode Gardiana. We're going to see these horses again. Those names are important because our #1 seed coming into this will be Team GB, and they will be on those horses.
Well spotted. Well, they'll be delighted to see that round. Just the one pole, and that was a rider error, which they should be able to rectify, hopefully.
So we're moving in. We will begin round 2. Round 2 are the top 10 teams in this mixed relay competition here at the World Championships, coming at you live from Warsaw, Poland. Day 7, and we're going to turn up the temperature a little bit here as running into the top 10. We are, interestingly enough, if you take a look at the handicaps based on everything, the combined means everything, because the first team across the finish line will be the ultimate winner today. And sitting out there in 10th place is the team from Germany who will enter the arena momentarily. And they are 1 minute off of our leaders. And 1 minute can be accomplished by some teams. I don't think the German team, but by certainly Lithuania could do it. So every team that comes in now, this team forward, the top 10 teams. Now we're looking at, on your screen, you're seeing a recap, sort of highlight reel, competition, World Championship. Bonus round there, which is the test event for the Rio 2015 games. After we got through the first day, the weather turned, the sun came out.
Looks like the sun went to come just in time for our final competitions and for the weekend. So I'll be checking that here.
Рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хороший день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому.
Well, hopefully he was saying he's going to put it right today, and we could still see that happen.
Yeah, he could come
they're
home.
Coming into the riding in 92nd overall, and such a good mind to get around that ride there, I say.
He could still take home some hardware. Very possible. But I'll tell you what, the spoiler has been Great Britain. We'll see how they react. They are.
I mean, we did see the Great British team, Kate French, coming fourth at the World Cup final in Sarasota earlier this year. Joseph Evans actually won his first senior medal, a bronze, at the World Cup in Palm Springs previous year. So obviously something about America those two like, but they've proven, they're ones to watch, and they are moving their way up through the league field, and put them together, and look what happened so far.
Да, рад второй раз
чемпион
мира, очень рад. хорошо день сложился, поработал.
get through this
Было очень
riding
сложно
event
после
in one piece. I
чемпионата
imagine
Европы
they
себя
will.
собрать. Эмоционально было
We have
сложно.
a great
Сейчас
riding
получилось,
tradition,
очень рад.
great group.
We've seen all of the horses from the first round go already, and those riders, definitely watching closely, they know that the horses they've been watching, and they know which ones they're paired with already. So they have that advantage that they can see them in the warm-up. Some of the athletes will speak to those that have already ridden, so especially if it's the same language they speak, they'll have a good rapport, and quite often we'll share a bit of it. Yes, they're competing against each other, but in modern pentathlon there's still that family feeling, and the athletes do help each other, especially those who know that they're out of the competition at this stage and want to help those others that will be on the same rides after them.
Very true, and you're looking at the course, and there's the box, towards the left side of the screen, that red and green, those two fences there. They make up a proper fence. That's the box where the athletes, two team members will ride into. That's the start and finish line there. And with the hold-up, the reason where we don't have a horse on the course is there's a little delay between the first and second round. And you got to give the horses enough time to basically recover. You change, you do a tack change often, and you get out there and you're entitled to 20 minutes of warm-up ring, and most teams take their full 20.
Having one of those imagining dreams again, but it's unbelievable. Like I've struggled for so long just to bring my form back into the competition, get fit again, and then get my focus for the fence and the shoot, which I always struggle with. And this morning, in the fence, it didn't look like it was going to happen. So now it doesn't feel real, because I appreciate how strong the competition is, and also how hard it is for you mentally and physically, especially as you get older, to do a pentathlon.
All right, we are back live from Warsaw, Poland for the mixed relay riding event. We are into round 2, so these are the top 10 teams remaining in this competition, or in this discipline, the riding, the show jumping. It's really a cool event. So what we have is we have Germany entering the arena. The German team will be 1 male, 1 female. We have Janine Coleman. Her teammate is Patrick Doeg. And Janine will be first on course, and Heather Fell. Let's tell us a little about Janine and her trip.
She's been one of the, I would say, silent members of the German team. She appeared at senior level quite a few years ago now and seemed to have a lot of potential when she first sprung onto the scene, but hasn't made any exceptional appearances. She was, 2012 was probably her best year. She ended up being ranked, I think, in the top 20 at least in the senior world rankings, but hasn't done anything to note recently. So she'll be enjoying to get this experience here, and just showing the lack of experience coming into the 7th fence.
It almost looked like she just simply pulled him up. Wow.
Almost did it again. She just slightly dropped her hands a little too much, dropped the contact with the horse, and he didn't really know what she wanted.
And she pulls the rail on the 8th fence, so now she hands off to teammate Patrick Doeg. He's wearing the uniform of the German Army. And as we've stated all week, boy, he's got his legs hanging down there. He may catch a rail with those feet. As we've stated all week, the militaries of the world, in many cases, support pentathlon and various other Olympic sports as well, and we're certainly pleased with that. Got a nice round going. They're turning over the top of that fence. They're really not letting the horse land, almost like it's a jump off, and it's really not. So for Germany and Janine Coleman and Patrick Doeg, we'll see what what sort of score they come up with. Again, we're into the top 10 teams.
Now those two, when you have your teammate go first and have an error, especially when you have a stop, the second rider might try and ride a little bit faster just to make up the time that they will have lost. And that's the thing, the clock doesn't stop between athletes. It's not two separate riding scores, it is one. They literally are as a team.
We're looking out, that's the paddock area that you're seeing there. So now we have the next team into the arena. This will be the team from France. We have that team members Elodie Clavel, and her teammate is Valentine Belot. The French team again, and Elodie Clavel will be the first rider on course. She is riding Russian, and Valentine Belot is up on Nana as they move to the box to start.
Clavel rode a really nice smooth round just 2 days ago in the women's final. She's one who's not come from a riding background, entered the sport as a swimmer, and her riding, don't want to say too much early on in this round, but her riding has improved incredibly. She used to be very nervous before the ride, which was also hampered, she could do it, but the nerves often got in the way, and I think she started to get on top of those nerves.
Oh my goodness, we've got an issue in the warm-up area. In the paddock, start box. There's I should call it correctly, the box. And Elodie Clavel will be handing off to her teammate. If he can get in the saddle, you can see him mounting up there. So he clearly, that's a tight little box right there on the corner. There's a lot of distractions.
And look at that, he's starting off the ride without any stirrups. This is going to be interesting.
Oh, good Lord.
Took out the flower pot with him.
Yeah, this is not happening. He's going to need exactly the. You can see he's now at least he has an opportunity to try to get control of his horse. This is Valentine Belot.
It's interesting seeing him really struggling in the riding here. He's not quite sure what the bell's been rung for, and asking.
I'm thinking it's for his safety.
Well, I think they've rearranged whatever it was, and the clock has restarted. But we saw these horses go earlier with the Egyptian team, and the French on paper compared to the Egyptian team have ridden at this level far more often, and in theory should have that experience, especially Valentin Belot, who moved up incredibly and finished, I think 5th or 6th it was, in the men's final yesterday. So he's only just ridden and on these horses yesterday. Admittedly a different one, but he must have got round okay then.
Oh, he's an incredible combined athlete. That's what you're talking about, how he moves so far up the field. He at least looks like he's got him in hand. For whatever reason, there was something bothering this horse, and the reason they rang the bell was when he hit that flower pot, it moved it into the line, into the path of between 3 and 4. So I give him a big hand too. The fact, the way he started out, the fact he actually finished, I think is a testament to tenacity there. So we'll see how the team of Elodie Clavel and Valentine Bilal from France, how they stack up their points.
I think they needed a lot more than that to put them in contention. Yes, Bilal has got that incredible combined, but Clavel isn't the strongest runner in the field, in the women's field, and at the moment her physical side of pentathlon hasn't been completely on form, and I think they might struggle to really put themselves in any contention in the combined.
We're 2 years out of the Olympic Games, and some of these athletes they're very, very talented. They've been in the sport a few years. They're young, so in many cases they're finishing up their education. They are starting careers, in some cases starting families, and then they come back because they've trained for so many years.
Well, talking of starting families, Clavel there, the female athlete of the French team, has just got engaged to one of the former athletes from the French team, Cédric Plat. They've been together for about 5 or 6 years, and apparently he proposed this week.
Wow. Well,
that proves the pentathlon family for you there.
Nothing like that family.
Now you see the French taking the saddles off. The French actually choose to travel with their own tack. They don't bring the bridles, but they do bring their own saddles, so the athletes know that they're going to have a saddle that they're familiar with. But now we see just coming into the picture the Hungarian duo. We've got Sirota Kovac and Bence Demeter. Both of these two made it into the final in the individual competition, so they're not as fresh as some of the athletes, but they've got experience on their side.
Now we've seen, let's look at Sirota Kovac, who's one of our, she often finds herself at the top of the field going into the combined, and she's really struggled with her run, which has really held her back. But she is riding Atletico, and Atletico is the horse. This horse has, this is the horse Margot Isaacson, I believe, was riding when she fell and was hospitalized. Oh, I'm sorry, I have the wrong horse.
This is the horses we've got in front of us are just put down in order, but the athletes have the opportunity when they're warming up to actually swap. So
she's on
sometimes one athlete will get on better with one horse, and we've seen one of the British girls riding Focus earlier in the week, and that's the only reason I realise that is because I remember Focus being a grey.
You're right. So this is Focus. So it'll be Demeter up on Atletico, the next horse in the arena, and she'll do the hand up, pulls the rail, but here we have the hand up. Now, pay attention on this horse, because this horse has actually tripped twice this week, and I don't know whether he's just sloppy with his feet, whether he's got what the issue may be, but one of the U.S. athletes, in fact, our top girl, was hospitalized riding this horse earlier in the week, and then he flipped yesterday with Bustos from Chile in the men's final. He's back in, so clearly he seems to be doing okay.
It's good to know that he's okay after that horrible rotational fall or accident they had yesterday, so it's nice to know that the horse is okay.
And the final fence, and for Demeter, he rubbed on the last fence. But I agree with you. I'm glad to see that Atletico there seems to be just fine and will live to jump another day.
I don't think we're going to see that Hungarian team moving up drastically throughout the combined, but a solid performance so far for them, and a decent ride. I think it was just a one pole, but we'll wait to clarify that later. But next, the team of Italy. They've had quite a strong week and haven't actually made it to the top, but they've been thereabouts, especially as a team. In the team competition, in the women's, before the combined were leading. They actually got overtaken during the combined and finished 4th overall, but I think it's been a they're one of those teams that's quietly improving and making their way slightly up the rankings at this senior international level.
And we have Italy sitting in 7th place here after 2 events, after the fencing and swimming disciplines. They're currently sitting in 7th out of 20 teams. The team of Gloria Tocchi and Paolo Petroni. We're waiting for them to enter the arena, and I hope that they didn't have any problems in the warm-up, and will be our next team in.
And the Italian team are currently equal with China, so they're both in equal 6th position, 50 seconds as it stands at the moment off the leaders from Great Britain. So it's still a fairly spread out field, and the riding doesn't do much. This Italian team won't have any chance of having a look in at the top 3, even though they are only in equal 6th at the moment. But China, it could be a different ball game. They've got a very fast combination.
And there you're looking at 2 different branches of the Italian police and military. So you've got Gloria wearing her army uniform, and you've got Petroni wearing his Carabinieri, which is the state police uniform. Gotta love a rider in uniform.
So the girls are off first every time in this mixed relay. There's no choice of order in which you ride, but you do have a choice. You're drawn the 2 horses and allocated those 2, but you're not allocated to the exact horse, so you can chop and change within the pairing, working out which combination works best for those 2 athletes.
It's got a nice head of steam here.
Yeah, she's not hanging about, and that'll give her teammate plenty of time to play with. He can take a little bit longer over this course, but she kept it clean.
For Gloria Tocchi, she was clean and fast and rode very well. So we've got Petroni from Italy doing the Peugeot turn there, as I like to call it, around the fence number 3.
There's a much steadier round he's got going on here, but still riding forwards. This horse has got a nice, comfortable-looking stride.
We may have another admittance to my clean club.
It's about time we had another,
Yeah.
I think.
You hate to be in a club by yourself. There we go, and it looks like we will have another member of the clean club, which means both riders have ridden the 8 fences with no jumping faults, no jumping penalties, I should say, and no time penalties. And they did it. 300 riding points. That's perfect. Best you can do. Look at the names of the horses: Gubernator and Kakan. I wonder if the Gubernator was from Arnold Schwarzenegger. Do you think that might have been any chance? Because he was governor of California.
Did he have any influences in Poland?
Well, it depends if you read the newspapers. Okay, so the next team on course in the arena, we have the team from China, and as you were commenting, the team members are Qian Chen, perennial favorite, has been on the medal stand twice this World Championships, and her teammate Zhangli Guo. So Qian Chen on course, riding Herrero.
So Chen really has had a packed schedule this week. This is her 4th day of competing in just 7 days, and she's obviously really peaked and in fit condition. Quite often you'll see countries putting in a different athlete to ride in the final relay, but she's won 2 medals, she's got nothing to lose, and she's probably asked the coaches to let her have a bit of fun and see if she can get 1 more to add to that tally.
And they're on their way. You've got a clean first round from China, so she passes off to her teammate Zhangli Guo, and Guo clean over 2. He's got 6 more jumps, and see if we can add him to our list of clean club members. Oh, they keep rubbing number 5, but it stays up. 3 jumps to go.
This is looking like a tidy round for China so far, and can he hold it together and not let the horse get too fast coming towards the home run there?
He does it. China does it. The team of Qian Chen and John Li Guo representing China, riding Arrero and Poseidon. And they have a perfect score of 300.
Another one to add to your club, Rob.
And I have 3 club members. May have to have an election for chairman.
Now, interestingly, that puts China and Italy still on the exact same score. They both scored a full maximum points, 300 in the riding, and they'll still be 50 seconds off the lead as it stands at the moment.
Next team coming through the staging area, the paddock area. Got his hands full there. We have the team of Elena Rubalevska and Pavel Svevkovs. This is the team from Latvia. If we can get, looks like Pavel Svevkovs does, his horse is, doesn't want to really come into that arena. He knows what's there.
He's having a little dance around out there in the holding area.
That's Elena. We're getting a good look of Elena Rubalevska, Olympic medalist. She's the mother of 2. Actually had a child this year. She's getting back into it. I talked to her earlier in the week because she's not in top form, and she said, listen, I'm here to have fun. So it's nice to take a great champion like Elena Rubalevska and how she wants to stay in the sport, enjoy herself, and I'm sure as the Rio Games get closer, it's not going to be about fun.
Well, she seems to do it. She seems to qualify, and I've lost count of how many games she's been to now, but one of those athletes that just somehow seems to, her form just stays the same. It's not incredible, but she never disgraces herself.
She takes her fencing very seriously. She's a member of the Latvian fencing team as well. Clean over 4. He's got some jump in him.
And we have in the past seen Elena have a few problems in the riding. I mean, she's a very experienced athlete, but occasionally she just doesn't quite form that link with the horse, and problems can arise, but not today. That was a good clear round. She'll be happy with that.
And she passes off to her teammate, Pavel Svevkovs. He's up on Corsica. Rubalevska's horse, by the way, was La Dauphine. So Pavel Svevkovs up on Corsica. Now remember him, he's such a quiet rider. Keeps his hands very still, very low. I think the horse is on autopilot. Yep, now he's moving.
Okay,
oh, and we got a good look at Elena's horse.
We've got to guess whether that pole went or not, but I can see something on the floor. Whether they have a... Oh, no, that was just a spare pole then, I think.
So Latvia goes clean, and they were sitting in 5th position. So now we're really getting 5th position, so we're moving into the top 4 team. And there's only 26 seconds separating the top 4 teams in this combined. So coming into the arena, we see in the red riding jackets is the Russian team from Russia, and that team is Ekaterina Kuryskina, and her partner will be Igor Pushkarevsky. Kuryskina will be on Zarodzieka. I always get a mouthful when I say that horse's name. Zarodzieka, that's it, Zarodzieka. And Igor Pushkarevsky will be up on Quicksilver. Oh, they switched. Oh, that's true. We don't know. Well, those are the 2 horses they drew at any rate. So those are the horses you'll see today, depending on the rider.
So Kuryskina taking it off for the duo here. She's probably slightly more nervous of this pairing in the ride, but it's good to see how rider's improved incredibly. She did have a nasty fall a few years ago and was in a neck brace for quite a long time afterwards. I think that did not help with her confidence, and
Ooh.
she's a brave girl. She you know, didn't leave it long until she was back competing at this top level again.
I think her coach was Haplanov, and he's one of the taskmasters of the sport. So for Kuriskina, oh, she pulls that rail. That was 2 rails, I believe, right?
I think that was, yeah, you can just see in the background. They haven't managed to put fence 4 back up yet, so I'm hoping that the arena staff will realise in time, unless I got that one wrong.
Peugeot turn, and we have Igor Pushkarevsky on coming into 4.
They managed to get that rail up just in time there for the 4th fence.
Oh, and that's one of the few times I've seen 5 actually go down. It usually rubs and stays in the cups. A fence to go. And we have a few rails, but which is going to be
costly at this stage, isn't it?
Absolutely. We're only inside 26 seconds. Each one of those rails is 7 seconds that you'll never get back.
I think they've just thrown away 21 seconds there, so you know, they've dropped considerably from that 4th position. They were 26 seconds off the lead, and they've pretty much doubled their distance off the lead if the remaining teams ride clear.
Yeah, that's exactly. They did double their distance, and that's 3 rails, I believe. Yeah, 21. In fact, almost exactly doubled it. So we have 3 teams remaining, our top 3 teams, and you're going to hear this crowd. Pretty big applause here as we welcome Poland into the arena. Poland, the team of Octavia Nowaska and Simon Staszkiewicz, and their horses are Ikar and Blackjack.
No, this really is Poland's hope. They have got the weight of not just the crowd, but the weight of the nation on their shoulders. Poland have hosted this wonderful World Championships in Warsaw here, and have yet to get onto the podium, and this is their last chance, the final day of this week-long competition.
Octavia Nowaska in her Polish military uniform and her, what I like to call the flak jacket, her protection that she's wearing, that vest, it's a protective vest, clear over 2. The Peugeot turn as she heads to fence number 3. She's got her horse well in hand. Now you'll be able to hear a pin drop out there amongst the audience because they're all holding their breath, as you said.
Oh, wow, she's in the fast line,
that's how, yeah.
It was a poor line into that 5th fence. She just didn't bring the horse back enough, and I think I could see that coming from quite a long way away.
She needs to check him, hold him up, and she gets it. So 1 rail down for Octavia Nowaska. She passes off to Simon Staszkiewicz. Staszkiewicz on course. Needs to be very careful because at this stage, a single rail could mean the difference between the podium, bringing a medal home for this host country, or coming up with nothing but great memories. And he clears over. See how he rounded himself over 5?
It'll be interesting if you can really hold it together for that last fence. As you said, Rob, a lot of the athletes are overriding, and it's so easy to do and taking 1 rail down, but oh my God.
And he does it. So only 1 rail, and I hope that's, I mean, I got to be honest, we all hope that the host country, having had such a great competition, such a great week here in Warsaw, Poland, I think most folks in this arena would like to see Poland do well, represent themselves well, and they have 1 rail down. 293 is their pentathlon score. Our 2 final teams in the arena will be welcoming really in my opinion, the absolute favorite for this competition. We saw right away with their tremendous fencing score that this team from Lithuania, which you can't get a more stacked team, I mean, if you tried, will be welcoming in the Lithuanian team, and the Lithuanian team is none other than Laura Azadaskaitė. Well, we'll hold on. We'll do a proper entrance, a proper introduction when the Lithuanian team walks up here into the paddock area.
They're just letting the tension mount a bit here. I think these the next 2 teams, our final 2 teams into the ride, are a considerable distance ahead at the moment. Poland, before their mistake in the ride, were 21 seconds behind the leaders. And they would have added to that distance with dropping 7 penalties. They will now be 28 seconds behind the leaders if Great Britain ride clear. And Lithuania only 4 seconds behind the Great British duo. So it really is down to these next two teams as we wait for them to come into the arena. And this is our final 2 rounds of riding this week, Rob.
Yeah, and this is the final 2 rounds that we get to call this week. And it's been a long week for Heather Fell and I, and we've had a lot of fun. We've enjoyed doing this, but I can't. I'm delighted that it's been a long week. And it's been fun, and there's been some upsets. There have been some surprises. Here we go. We've got none other than first into the arena is Justinas Kinderas is leading. Justinas Kinderas was the world champion from last year. He's been ranked number 1 in the world a number of times. His teammate is none other than the 2012 London Olympic Games, Laura Azadas-Kaiti. Laura has won everything you can win in this sport. So here these two are. They'll be moving into the what we call the box, and they'll be starting. The horses they are riding are Saladin and Calypso.
And we saw those horses earlier ridden by the Mexican duo. So the Lithuanian team would have been watching the Mexicans closely earlier on and learning from a couple of mistakes that the Mexican team made.
And I have 4 members in my clean club. There have been 4 clean rounds, 4 teams with the perfect pentathlon score. This is Laura Azadas-Kaiti, the Olympic champion from London. She is a medal threat in any competition she enters. Riding very nicely, very carefully.
She's a very small athlete and, manages to use her size effectively and still really ride these horses, which, she's pretty small on top of this big horse. You think that they ride the same horses, an athlete like Laura compared to an athlete like Timoshenko or someone with very long legs.
Sure. And you had Azadas-Kaiti go clean, and now Kinderas. And the fact of the matter is he pulls a rail on number 2, but honestly, their combine is so strong. All they have to do here is avoid disaster. They just have to avoid some major problem. So, because they are both such strong combined athletes.
Well, it's getting close now, just halfway around the riding course.
He's pulled 2 rails. All he's doing is making it more interesting.
Giving the crowd some entertainment it will be. It's going to be a close finale to this event.
And we've got the team from Lithuania, Laura Azadas-Kaiti, Justinas Kinderas. I believe they had 2 rails and up on Saladin and Calypso. They do have 2 rails, it's confirmed. And if Great Britain can, in fact, they have a little breathing room to remain in first place moving into the combine.
And the British team will be looking to open that lead. So Lithuania threw away 14 seconds that they had there. So if Great Britain do go clean, they'll be starting 18 seconds ahead of the Lithuanian team. And, that will give them great confidence. But
I'm watching Justinas Kinderas talk to Laura, and I think he was trying to explain to her what happened, since he was the one who pulled the rails. And I think Laura, as an Olympic champion, is probably a tough taskmaster. He needs to have a good excuse as to what happened out there. And now we have entering the arena, currently in first place. Really, for me, I wouldn't say came out of nowhere, but I wouldn't have picked him to be in first place at this point. We have the team, again, from Great Britain. We have Kate French and her teammate, Joseph Evans, entering the box. And the horses they have drawn and will be up on are Wareg and Guardiana.
Yeah, I don't think they would have put themselves at this position at this stage in the competition either. And especially Kate, she's very relaxed and laid back. And even if she did think about it, she wouldn't have let anybody know. But Kate had a disappointing event in her individual competition, so it's really great that she's been able to come back and 2 hard days of competing for her, and she's still a young athlete, and she's managed to come back and really prove that she can do it at senior level, and today is her day at the moment.
And she's riding well. I mean, I'm watching her do some angles here. And I'll bet you she's having a good time. Here we go, over 8. She's clean.
Kate is a very good rider from a pony club background, and definitely one of her stronger events, but Joe came into the sport from running and swimming, and we'll see that later. We saw it in the pool. He had a really strong finish to their relay, and he's got a strong run. He's got the advantage here, Joe Evans, that he didn't make it into the final of the men's individual. So
whoa, that's some speed there.
He's getting a little bit run away with, I think, with that horse, but wow, he brought it back not quite enough, but the horse corrected it for him there.
So he had a chip.
His hands are a little bit high.
But you know, we're going to have Great Britain remain in the lead.
And look at that.
There we go. We have another member of my clean club.
And what a time to do it. You know, they needed it then, and they did it. This pair are having a storming day, and wow, they're going to be starting this combined event. My quick calculations, well, more than 18 seconds ahead, I think, of Lithuania. So, you know, Lithuania have got to do some work. And Kinderis only competed yesterday, and he had a hard run. Only last night, you know, less than 24 hours ago, he was finished his competition, and Joseph Evans has got those fresh legs. So
Heather, I don't know.
We will see.
Any way you want to paint this, I don't think. You may have a battle between Nowaska and Staskiewicz and from Poland, and Kate and Joseph from Team GB fighting for the silvers and bronze. But I think that gold medal, I think Laura Azadaskaite, I just don't know where she puts all the medals. I mean, honestly. I mean, having dinner with she and her husband, who also has multiple world championship and Olympic medals. So there's Team GB getting congratulated by Jan Bartu, the director of Team GB. He's done a great job. He's been, you know, he's a journeyman in the sport. Olympic medalist himself, coached in Mexico, coached in the United States. I think he started actually in Czech Republic before Mexico. And now he's back over in Europe coaching Team GB, and has been for a number of years. And well, you would be the one to say it, but as an outsider, I could say he's done a great job.
The program started thanks to UK Sport back in '97, and Jan has led the way right the way up until 2014, and doesn't show any signs of hanging up his boots or his leading reins.
And I learned this morning he's a new grandfather, so I didn't know that. Anyway, so here we are. We're looking at the course, and we will be back relatively soon, a half an hour to an hour, as the combined event and the run for the medals will start here live from Warsaw, Poland.
Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, очень рад этому. рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому.
jedna wielka sportowa rodzina mistrzów świata, mistrzów olimpijskich, legend tego pięknego sportu. 2 minutes left to finish warming up. 2 minutes left to finish warming up. All of the coaches must go on a stance. All of the coaches are requested to go on a stance.
That means every coach, please. All coaches, let's leave the arena now, and non-competing athletes, let's please leave the arena as we're getting ready to start. So for those of you who just joined us, just to quickly summarise, Great Britain will lead the way with number 1 on the shirt. They will start off, they have a 18-second lead over Lithuania. Then Poland are in 3rd place, 28 seconds behind. Latvia in 4th, Russia 5th, China 6th and Italy 7th. With 6th and 7th being 50 seconds behind. And those 7 teams are within the first minute.
1 minute left to finish warm-up. 1 minute left to finish warm-up. Za minutę zawodnicy skończą rozgrzewkę, co oznacza, że za mniej więcej 4 minuty rozpoczniemy konkurencję łączoną, zwaną przez sympatyków pięcioboju nowoczesnego kombajnem, a więc bieg połączony ze strzelaniem. 30 seconds left to finish warm-up.
And the rest of those guys, Sportel thing is so critical. They're trying to get out of Sportel so fast. I'm like, if you want, it's something you should, you know, it's a
meters to decide it.
You know, I saw Kinderis at the World Cup final in Sarasota, Florida. I saw them run from, I think it was 12th to the podium, to the gold medal, and I know what Kinderis could do. So, you know, let's see if he proves me right or wrong here. They're coming in side by side. They'll be shooting together. They'll be shooting in positions 1 and 2. They will probably be shooting shot for shot.
And look at that, Joe being a left-hander, Kinderis a right. They're actually facing each other there, and they are in unison.
Wow! So we've
had a few misses there for Great Britain. Lithuania got the first 2 shots away.
I think we've missed Stachkiewicz getting past. I think Russia has passed Poland on that backstretch. In fact, it's hard for me to see this, but since I only see Guo behind him. Oh, there it's
And it
through.
looks like it's decided for the gold medal. Already off the range, Kinderis for Lithuania has left Joe Evans on the range there.
Evans sitting back on the range right there. Well,
he's just needs this last shot and he's sorted. He's away. Russia are going to be chasing him, but Joe Evans has got those fresh legs. He is sorted. But look at that, Poland back into bronze medal position. Can they hold it? Can they bring this home crowd a bronze medal today? Russia and China are going to try and stop them.
You couldn't ask for a more exciting finish here. And I'm not talking about the gold medal. We can applaud Justinas Kinderis all the way in because he's got it sewn up. And he would not be able to go home to Lithuania if he does not win this. Laura Ozadaskaite would not let him on the plane.
But this is where the race is now for the bronze medal. Look at this. Poland currently holding off Russia and China, but can they do it? They've got the home crowd to help them.
And look at Kinderis. He's looking off in the crowd. I saw him, you know, he was waving to the yellow T-shirts in the stands there. Those are Lithuanian coaches. He's got it in the bag. Evans holding on to the silver. It looks like Team GB will hold. So where they on the track to the finish line is about 300 meters from this point.
And look at that, it's open up now. I think Poland are going to bring this home crowd what they have been waiting for
couldn't be happier.
All week.
Could not be happier to see Poland come back and make that podium. There's Kinderis, our leader, in the lime green shirt with black shorts and the white baseball hat. There he is, Justinas Kinderis, last year's world champion.
That's a lap of honour there, or half a lap of honour.
Yeah.
You know, he's still running, but he's eased off. Whereas back to bronze medal position here, we've got Poland giving it everything. They cannot rest up until they cross that line.
Well, this competition, this combined this mixed relay was decided on that last shooting series. It all comes out in the wash, and there's a Lithuanian flag. In fact, I have a feeling he's got one. Hey, you look over his shoulder, so he got it. And there's Laura Ozadaskaite, his teammate. Team GB gets the silver, and there is that's a wonderful thing we're watching here. Stachkiewicz about ready to get a big hug from Nowaska.
Well, the Polish team put their crowds and their fans through it in that race. They lost the bronze medal position. Russia took it from them, and they got it back at that last minute when they had no other chance to do so.
And what I love is the team, the partners. They stand by the finish line to welcome their teammate home. And since it's a mixed relay, the guys and girls, there's always a big hug. There's Latvia finishing. Well, this has been an exciting week, Heather. I mean, we are now wrapping up the final day of a week of competition. This is day 7. Again, the results of the mixed relay. We have in first place Lithuania. The silver medal goes, along with the additional medals, to Team Great Britain. And the bronze medal will go to the host country, Poland. Here we are live from the 2014 World Championships of Modern Pentathlon in Warsaw, Poland.
I still got goosebumps after that race.
That
really was. What a way to finish this wonderful week of competition here in Warsaw.
And there's Brendan Anderson from the United States. He's a youth athlete competing at senior level. Running well, has a good stride going. He has a bright future in front of him, and I'm glad he's got a senior world championship under his belt.
Kazakhstan come over the line. Here comes the United States. It was a tough race today. You can tell it was a fast pace because they're strung out all over the field going backwards. That was a very hot pace. today. Great performance of Argentina. Really hard run from the Argentinians.
Pewnie niejednemu kibicowi łezka kręci się wokół, ale to bardzo wzruszający, to piękny moment dla wszystkich tych, którzy są blisko pięcioboju nowoczesnego.
And let's give this man a big round of applause here. The last two athletes coming in home.
I ostatni dwaj zawodnicy meldują się na finiszu. Stawkę zamyka reprezentant Egiptu Mohamed Eid Ahmed.
And Egypt brings this event to a close.
Przypomnijmy jeszcze raz kolejność ekip, które meldowały się dziś na finiszu. Justyna Skideris, Laura Asadauskaite, Litwa, Brytyjczycy, Kate French, Józef Iwans i reprezentanci Polski. Biało-czerwony team, Oktawia Nowacka, Szymon Staszkiewicz. Na pewno spore zmęczenie, bo dali z siebie wszystko, żeby utrzymać to trzecie miejsce. Świetna szermierka, dobre pływanie. Udany występ na parkurze i w końcu, powiedzmy to szczerze, fenomenalny kombajn dla tej dwójki. Godzina 18:15, ceremonia dekoracji. Wręczymy medale najlepszym sztafetom mix. To ostatni dzień 54. Mistrzostw Świata.
Okej, tylko mi powiedz, jak nas puścisz, nie? Żebym dał mu znać.
I do like your footwear, guys. Very nice indeed. You can run in the dark with those. I'm just waiting for our director to tell us we're live. Yes, we are live. Mixed relay world champions. That must feel very good.
Yeah, it's very good, but yesterday we wasn't so good, so it's a little bit.
Yeah, it's always mixed emotions because you know you're both great champions of the sport. Laura, you're the Olympic champion. So individually, you didn't win the gold. You know you must feel sad. But here, now you've won the gold, and it was a very good competition here today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really good, and thank you everybody who came here. Yeah, you see, we have a lot of Lithuanians here, so thank you very much.
Laura, you've got to say something in English to me. I follow you around the world trying to get you to speak English. You know, you're the Olympic champion, but it's great to see you in the mixed relay as well. You know, are you excited when you compete in this mixed relay?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, I think I'll speak to Justinas from now on. Final question. You know, Lithuania, you've got Andrius Zadneprovski, you know, a legend of the sport, coaching you. You know, there is a real heritage, there is a real history of modern pentathlon in Lithuania, and this is just yet another gold medal for Lithuania. Does that make you feel really good in the heart that you've added another gold for Lithuania?
Yeah, of course. It's very good, and maybe we felt a lot of pressure in individuals, but now we did what we really can do, so now we're really proud by us, what we did.
And I must explain to everybody, if you thought Justinas was just having a jog, you do run a lot faster than that, don't you, really?
Yeah, but I was a little afraid because I had a really hard combine yesterday, so I wanted to shoot good second shooting and then do what I can do.
Yeah. And you were perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Your world champions, Justinas Kinderis, Laura Asadauskaite.
Great.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Thank you. And that's fine.
No, we're going to get the British.
And
I will bring the British.
Yeah. I hope so.
Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад этому.
This is going to be live online, and it's just for the arena here as well. So it's not for TV. Yeah, yeah. Oh, well,
A teraz kilka słów od brązowych medalistów mistrzostw świata. Oktawia Nowacka,
we've just got an interview in Polish going on at the moment, so we're just going to wait for that.
Brązowym medalem. Przepraszam za te emocje wszystkie, które dostarczyłem, ale to może lepiej się to oglądało, może troszeczkę było stresu, ale jest mega najważniejsze. Dzięki.
Oktawia.
Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад
You get that interview out the way. You didn't want me to do that. With me, you've interviewed the Poles. I'll get to interview the Brits. Thank you very much. Kate French, Joe Evans, what a great result here. You must be thrilled considering the quality of the field, Kate.
Yeah, we're really pleased. We've had a good day all round and it's just been amazing. Really good to compete with Joe. So we're really pleased.
I'll ask you one more question as well. How does it feel when you've got Lara Sadaskarty, who's the fastest thing on two legs in the women's area, bearing down on you?
Yeah, I was quite scared going in, but I managed to hold it together in the chute, and then I just had to run for my life, really.
Yeah. Joe, you ran with probably a male equivalent, because Justinas is fairly fast as well. You know, what was happening on that first leg? Because you looked as if you were both taking it quite easy.
Me and Justin were playing, like I suppose you might call a game all the way around, and he was just better today, but no, it was a brilliant race. I really enjoyed it.
Tell us about that fourth shoot. That's probably the thing thing that's going to keep you awake tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit disappointed obviously with that fourth shoot, which let me down slightly, but I'm pleased with the rest of the results today. Unfortunately, I didn't make it into the final, but I think today I was really pleased with my performances elsewhere, so pretty good.
Yeah, and also, you know, the fact, you know, 23, 21, whichever way around it is, and you know, there's a good young British team coming forward. This is the next generation of the British team, and you're not here on your own. You've got other colleagues as well who are the same sort of age. It's really looking good for British pentathlon in the future, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. We've got a really strong men's team in particular, and which is really good for us. And it's just fantastic to be at Bath with everyone else training, and hopefully we can bring those results through.
Kate, Great Britain have a great reputation in the ladies as well. What's up? Where were the girls then?
No, it's really good. It's just hard to keep it going, really.
But there are some really good girls coming through, aren't there? And you know, there's a new generation as well to sort of keep that flag flying for the Brits.
Yeah, there's always youngsters coming up, which keeps us on our toes, so it's good.
All right, guys. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for your silver medalists here, Joe Evans and Kate French. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. I'll see you again. Take care. So we just have the medal ceremony to take place, guys. So just please hang around for another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll let you out the doors.
Ewa, to już wszystko, słyszałeś mnie?
Да, рад второй раз чемпион мира, очень рад. Хорошо день сложился, поработал. Было очень сложно после чемпионата Европы себя собрать. Эмоционально было сложно. Сейчас получилось, и очень рад
No, it is great.
złote medale. Pierwsze miejsce i tytuł Mistrzów Świata Seniorów w sztafetach miejsca rok 2014. Golden medals and the title of World Champions in Mixed Relays for 2014 team relay of Lithuania. Senior World Championships 2014.